friends, real quick. We're on a mission to hit 25,000 subscribers by Halloween, and every single sub, like, and comment helps push The Darkest Hour out to a wider audience. And remember, we never have ads in between our stories. So if you enjoy spooky stories and want to help this haunted little corner of YouTube grow, hit that subscribe button because it truly makes a difference. Thank you. Now, on with the show. I worked as a massage therapist in the late 2000s. Part of my training involved energy work. If you're not familiar, it's about guiding people into a state that feels deeper than relaxation, like slipping sideways into another headspace entirely. People cry, laugh, or remember things they've buried. It can get intense, but what happened during this one session went far beyond anything I'd ever seen or felt before. The client that day was already practiced in energy work herself, so I expected the session to feel strong. But from the second I began, the room literally shifted. The air didn't just feel warm, it felt thick, distorted, like I was moving underwater. Every sound seemed slightly muted, like the walls were absorbing it, and even the rhythm of my own breathing felt slowed. My palms tingled with each movement, and it was as if the whole space had a pulse, like the room itself was alive and responding to something. Halfway through the session, it changed again. The buzzing intensity gave way to something more focused, sharper, almost like attention had turned on me. That's when I realized I wasn't just sensing energy anymore. I was sensing a presence. It felt like a young girl was standing in the corner of the room. I couldn't see her, but I knew she was there, the way that you know someone's staring at you from behind. She radiated this bone-deep sadness, frightened, lonely, and confused. The weight of it pressed down so hard, I almost lost my train of thought. I didn't say anything, partly because I didn't want to scare my client, and partly because I didn't trust my own mind in that moment. Maybe I was projecting. Maybe I was reading too much into the energy that we'd stirred up. So I stayed silent and finished the session as normally as I could. When it ended, I excused myself to wash my hands, trying to shake it off and reset. I told myself it was all imagination, just my brain firing strange signals while I worked. But when my client came out a few minutes later, she was crying hard. And while tears aren't unusual in this kind of work, the way she sobbed felt heavier, like she wasn't just releasing tension, but something else. I asked her if she was okay, and through tears she said, "This is going to sound insane, but my inner child came to me during that session. She sat with me. She told me she was scared of Bill and that I needed to stay away from them." I froze. Because she thought that it was her inner child, I thought that it was a ghost girl. But either way, we'd both experienced something outside the ordinary. That building was old, close to 140 years at that point, and it carried the kind of creaks and shadows that made it feel more like one lifetime had passed through its walls. Maybe what she saw was a fragment of herself. Maybe what I felt was something left behind from the building's long history. All I know is that for an hour, there were 3 of us in that room. I used to work overnights at an assisted living facility. It was just after 1 a.m. I was on the first floor, sitting in a little alcove where we kept the computer. The hallways were quiet, lights were dimmed, Most of the residents were asleep. But out of nowhere, I heard a scream. Not just a noise, but a real scream of terror. So loud and close that it felt like it had come from right outside the alcove. A woman's voice, sharp, raw, cutting straight through me. I jumped up instantly, in a panic, but ready to help. I was convinced that one of my patients had fallen or was in serious trouble. There were only 2 people on that floor, both older women, so I ran straight for their rooms. I checked one, then the other. Both were sound asleep. Not restless or stirring, they were breathing slow and steady like they hadn't moved in hours. That made no sense. The scream was too clear, too present, for it to have drifted from somewhere else. But with nothing obviously wrong, I tried to shake it off and went back to work. A little while later, I moved into the gathering room, which was maybe 20 feet down the same hallway from where I'd been sitting. I wanted the change of scenery and to get out of the alcove, maybe calm my nerves. And that's when it happened again. Another scream. The exact same sound, high, piercing, and full of terror. But this time, I was facing the hallway. I could see both directions. There was no one there. The sound hadn't come from a room, and it wasn't muffled or distant. It was right there, in the hallway, as if someone had stood just a few feet away and screamed directly at me. The force of it was so real, so in this world, but at the same time, it didn't belong. Like it had no source or body. It was just pure sound hanging in the air. My stomach was dropping up and down. It was the most unsettling thing I'd ever experienced. I sat there and my ears were ringing, and I grabbed the phone, called my brother, just to try to calm myself down. I didn't know what else to do. I worked plenty more shifts after that night, but I never stopped thinking about those screams. They weren't echoes. They didn't come from anywhere but inside that building. And they weren't my patients. I also know they weren't in my head. I just still don't know what they were. I work at a school with a long reputation for being haunted. The building's been around since the 1920s, and over the years, staff and students have all passed around their own stories. Most of the time, I kept my head down and didn't think much of it, until I started having experiences myself. The first one caught me completely off guard. I was alone in the gym, locking up for the night, when I heard someone cough right next to me. It wasn't distant, it was like it came from a person standing at my shoulder. The thing was, I'd already checked the whole space. I knew no one else was in the building, and certainly not behind me. But another time I was walking through the hall, I heard a voice whisper my name into my ear. Not my teacher name either, the nickname that only friends use. Hearing that in an empty hallway made my stomach sort of turn. Things only escalated after that. One afternoon I was in my classroom, telling a coworker about these odd experiences, which was probably a mistake. We were the only 2 people in the room. While I was mid-sentence, the oil diffuser on the far side of the room suddenly beeped. The thing only makes a sound if someone physically presses the buttons. We both turned to watch as the light switched off. Though the mist kept pouring out, I didn't even know that it was capable of doing that. More recently, something stranger started happening. Around my desk, every so often, I'll catch a strong scent of my favorite perfume. At first, I thought maybe I'd accidentally sprayed too much one morning, but this is different. The smell doesn't fade like perfume normally does. It hangs in the air for a long time, clinging as if the air itself is saturated with it. Then, just as suddenly, it vanishes. Most of the time it happens when I'm alone, but once, It filled the classroom, while my students noticed it too. When I mentioned it to another friend at work, she laughed, said that she had something better to show me. She pulled up security footage from a weekend when the school was closed. In the middle of the night, one of the interior doors swung open on its own. The odd part, those doors are alarmed, unlike the exterior ones. The motion triggered the system, which brought the police to check the building. They found no sign of forced entry, no one hiding inside, just a door opening itself and setting off alarms. Stories like that make the rounds here, and everyone seems to have had a version. The most common explanation, that it's the founder of the school. He built the place back in the 1920s, and people say that he still lingers, just watching over it. There have even been reports of him being seen walking the grounds late at night. I don't know if it's him or something else entirely. All I know is I've smelled perfume that wasn't there, heard voices with no source, and watched objects act in ways they shouldn't. Whatever the explanation, it feels like someone, maybe the founder himself, is still keeping an eye on the place. This would have been back in the late 90s when I worked at a small ambulance station. The first thing the older guys told me when I started was, don't hang around overnight by yourself. Charles will make sure you don't sleep. Charles was a volunteer who dropped dead of a heart attack during a call in the mid-'80s. The way they said it, half joking but half serious, it made me think it was just one of those stories that gets passed around to spook the new hires. I laughed it off. Truth was, I liked the overnight shift when it was just me. The driver usually ran from home, which meant that I had the office to myself. Quiet, boring, predictable, just how I liked it. Well, one night around 3 a.m., I was at the desk catching up on reports when I heard the bay door rumble open. If you've ever been around those things, you know the sound isn't subtle. It shakes the whole building. That was a problem because the doors could only be opened two ways, from the inside or with the remote in the ambulance. A few seconds later came the stairwell door, the bottom one, creaking open, followed by slow, deliberate footsteps on the stairs. From where I sat, I could see out to the lot. My car was the only one there. No ambulance. So I waited, staring at the office door, expecting someone to walk in. But the top stairwell door never opened. Not even 5 seconds later, our tones dropped for a call. I wasn't about to check that stairwell. Instead, I slipped out the opposite side of the building and headed for the garage. When I got down there, the bay door really was wide open. The rig had been unplugged and ready to roll. And at that exact moment, my driver was just pulling into the lot. I'd checked everything earlier. The doors were secure. The truck was plugged in. I wasn't tired enough to forget. That wasn't the last time something weird happened. Another night, again on my own, I'd crashed in the bunk. I woke up to the phone ringing, groggy and out of it. I answered, and a man's voice I didn't recognize said clearly, "You have a call," before the line went dead. At that exact moment, I heard the second tap on the scanner. Turns out there had been a training during the day, and someone had turned the volume down on the plectron without turning it back up. If that voice hadn't woken me, I would have slept through it. I ran for the garage and found the exact same scene as before. Bay door open, rig unplugged, and my driver rolling in off the street. After that, I never really rolled my eyes at the Charles stories anymore. And that would have been the last weird occurrence. This happened a few years ago, and it stuck with me because, well, you'll see. I was working late in an office, just a weekday, nothing special, when I saw something that made no sense. It was right around 4 p.m. I remember because I'd been glancing at the clock constantly, willing the last hour of the day to move faster. That's when out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement in the hallway. At first I thought it was just a coworker walking by, but when I turned my head, it wasn't a person. It was something white, wispy, thin, like smoke curling in a breeze, except there was no smell or sound, and nobody was nearby. I watched it drift directly through the doorway into the office I was in, moving with intent, not randomly like dust and sunlight. The second it crossed the threshold of the office, every hair on my body stood up. I got this full-body chill, literally, like my insides dropped out from under me. I didn't stick around. I jumped up from my chair and walked out of the room without looking back. Whatever it was, I didn't want to be in the same space with it. The next day, around the exact same time, it happened again. 4 o'clock, same hallway, same white, wisp-like figure, slipping into the office like it belonged there. This time my instinct screamed to run, but my curiosity kept me planted in my chair. I sat, frozen and heart racing, waiting for something to happen. But after it entered, nothing changed. There was no noise or sudden movements, no objects shifting around. Just silence, like it had passed through and was gone. And then it never happened again. Not that week or the week after. Never. Just those 2 back-to-back days. I told my cousin about it. I thought she's probably the only one that would believe me, but was also half expecting them to laugh or tell me I was overtired. Instead, they got pretty quiet. Said it sounded like a spirit. Their thought was that it might have been attached to someone who came through the office around that time each day. Maybe it wasn't even meant for me. It was just passing by. But because I could see it, even partially, they suggested that it might have sought me out. That idea unsettled me more than the experience itself. I don't know if I believe it, but it's all hard to shake. 2 quick moments, 2 afternoons, 1 unexplained presence. And for whatever reason, I was the only one who saw it. When I was little, my mother took us across the country to escape my father. The courts in Alabama gave him custody, but she said she knew better, so she packed us up and fled to Washington. We ended up in a shelter for battered women and children. It wasn't much, but it was safe. And that's what we thought anyway. One night I looked into the mirror in our room, and something looked back at me that wasn't me. It was hairy, snarling, maybe a demon. I screamed so loud, it brought my mother running. She checked the mirror, soothed me, told me just my imagination, maybe even a trick of the light. But I knew what I saw. And that same night, a man appeared at the end of my bed. He looked kind, older. His eyes were soft and sad, but his presence was nice. Someone who didn't want to scare me. I couldn't explain why, but I didn't feel afraid of him. He didn't speak, didn't move. He just stood there, quiet and still, watching me. When I woke up the next morning, he was gone. But that night, he came back, and the next night, and the one after that. He stood there, night after night, for 3 months. He was always in the same place, and he never said a word, never moved. It got to the point where I expected to see him. I'd fall asleep knowing he was there, like some kind of silent guardian. I never told anyone about him. I didn't want to lose him. Then one night, Something changed. I woke up to his voice, something I'd never heard before. It was warm and gentle, but urgent. "He's coming. Get out now." That was all he said, but I believed him, and I knew who he was. I woke up my mom and my siblings. We packed what we could and left for a cheap motel across town. I'm so glad my mom never asked too many questions. Maybe it was a mother's instinct. Maybe it was the way I said it. But she listened. The next morning, we returned to the shelter. The police were already there. Someone had broken in overnight, gone room to room, searching. We were supposed to be in one of them. I never saw the man again, but I still think about him all the time. The one who stood guard and who warned us. The one who disappeared once his job was done. We were sitting in the living room, my sister and I, talking about our grandfather. It had been a year since he passed. He was the kind of man who never had much to say, but somehow still managed to fill a room. Always polished shoes, always carried peppermint candies in his pocket. We weren't crying or anything like that, just remembering, telling stories, laughing quietly at the little things. His terrible handwriting, how he used to insist that all bananas were too green. The picture frame on the bookshelf across from us, third shelf down, a photo of him and our grandma on their anniversary. He's smiling in it, something rare. His hand is on hers. It's one of those moments that doesn't look like much until the person's gone, and it suddenly means everything. We were mid-conversation. She was saying something about his old workshop when I noticed it. The picture frame had turned, not tilted or tipped, it turned, slowly and deliberately, as if someone had gently twisted it to face us. The movement took maybe 3 seconds, just enough to make my stomach drop. I pointed. My sister turned and saw it mid-move. Neither of us spoke for a good 30 seconds. There was no draft in the house. Nothing was shaking the floors, and nothing else moved. Just that one frame. She got up and walked over to it, placed a hand on it, looked behind the shelf. Nothing strange and nothing out of place. "Okay," she said, half laughing, but her voice cracked a little. "Hi, Grandpa." We haven't seen it move since, but we do swear that it happened. And neither of us has moved that frame back, still facing the direction he left it, in that room. What made you quit your most recent job? This was such an oddball question, a real scroll slower. Probably because it related to my situation so incredibly, I couldn't move on. When I read it, I knew my answer right away, and well, here we are. Morning, friends, I'm Addie. I've always been an early bird, and I appreciate structure and routine. Speaking with therapists, I have a lot of abandonment issues that have led me to treat relationships and jobs like an oath in blood. I've cut people off that probably didn't deserve it while keeping people close that were toxic from the start. It's the same for my employment history too, sort of. I've never had a meltdown at my place of work, but I have stayed in positions that made me want to ride the elevator to the top floor and jump from the roof. And yet, every morning I'd get up, get dressed, and go there, simply because I hated change. I hate feeling like the now will soon be something else. There's a story about King Solomon and his search for a ring, one that when he wore it and gazed upon it, if he was happy, the sight of it would make him sad. But when he feels the weight of the world on his shoulders and the sun forgets to rise, the ring will fill him with joy once again. He offered 1 bag of gold for the one who could obtain such a ring and bring it to him. It seemed as though he'd given an impossible task to anyone who volunteered. Over the days, he was brought rings from all around, most of them adorned with expensive jewels and rubies. Some changed colors depending on the amount of light it was given. All of them were rejected by the king. Seeing all these beautiful rings being tossed aside led one of his followers to think about the obscure request in a different way. And when he did, he knew exactly what to do. He went out and purchased a cheap wooden ring from a small shop in town. Then he went down a couple of doors and had it engraved. And when he presented this ring to King Solomon, the inflated smile he wore slowly melted into a frown. And with that, he told one of his guards to fetch the peasant his reward. What was engraved on the ring that the king was so moved by would later be revealed to say, "This too shall pass." I thought about this a lot in my job, like a reminder. Both good and bad times are temporary. It served as a source of comfort and perspective for me during difficult periods. So back to the question, what made you quit your most recent job? The funny thing is, I did that today. I felt so much guilt. I work at a preschool for the deaf. The staff there is composed of a few deaf teachers and a few hearing, all fluent in ASL. It's not a big facility, and because of the special needs of the students, it's difficult finding qualified candidates. We're constantly low-staffed and filling in for each other. It gets wearing on the spirit knowing that you're only waking up and getting dressed because you're obligated to your own personal work ethic. And that's the thing. My coworkers bust their asses off just like I do. It takes all of us to open the doors every morning. Not physically, but you get what I'm saying, I hope. I feel terrible leaving the team, and I can say that I really did like everyone I worked with, and the pay was really good, almost double my last job. But this school is so fucking haunted, and I'm so fucking sick of feeling scared when I'm alone making lesson plans. Things are always falling off of shelves, cabinets are always open when I swear I just closed them. Try blaming that on a kid when they're out at recess. You can't. And then you get real shivery and try everything in your power not to hop on your bike and ride home. And that too, this place was biking distance from my house. It was literally my dream job, but I couldn't do it anymore. Sometimes the kids would notice the toys moving on their own. That was a regular occurrence. This Toy Story dinosaur in particular kept turning its head to look at us while we were having circle time. When we'd have our cleanup song and put everything away at the end of the day, I'd take the kids to their parents' pickup. And when I'd go back to the classroom, that one T-Rex would always manage to find its way back to the middle of the carpet. None of the other teachers seem to have things happen, or at least they're not admitting it. Maybe it's just my classroom. This is or would have been my second year teaching there. The first year, I didn't experience any activity. Over the summer, they did a lot of construction from the grant, and the old building that's been around since 1970 got a whole new renovation. Returning this year, we had a chance to get our classrooms ready before the kids came in the following week. When I walked into my room and saw the touch screen and everything, all new countertops, sinks, cubbies, all of it, it was insane, all the technology upgrades they expected us to learn and get down in a week, but it was exciting. And then we had one more staff meeting in the cafeteria the night before the first day of school. It goes a little late with all the questions that we had about how to use the new equipment, and by the time the meeting adjourns, it's dark out. Before the meeting, I'd accidentally left my laptop plugged into the charger in my classroom, and I needed to go back and get it. The buildings are laid out in an L shape. The cafeteria is located at the center of the L, and my classroom is at the top, opposite the front doors. The double doors at the end of my hallway lead to the playground. With it being after hours, most of the hallway lights were off, and all the classroom lights were off except mine. I remembered turning them off before I'd left for the meeting, but I was also walking back to grab a laptop I'd forgotten. I could have easily bobble-brained the lights as well. Who knows, right? But as I got closer to the room, the lights turned off. I must have been preoccupied with what I was going to do after I left the school because I didn't think of it past, that was weird, before the next thought pushed the anomaly out. As I walked through the doorway, I flipped on the lights and headed toward where my laptop was plugged in. But before I got there, I heard the sink turn on in our hand washing station. The new sinks are motion censored, and I was pretty sure I couldn't set it off from that far away, but it's possible. When I get to my desk, I have to climb under to unplug the laptop from the power strip. While I'm under my desk, I hear the sink turn on again. This time, I know there's no way I could have done it, and my heart starts to beat a little faster. I look up from the desk at a sleek rectangular faucet as it continues to spit water. That side of the room was darker, and when the sink turned off, I saw the red sensor on the bottom of the faucet and realized whether the sink was going or not, that red light should have still been visible. So what I had just watched was something unblock the sensor. I got chills and quickly exited that evening. The new school year begins, and throughout these past 4 months, the little stuff with the toys and the cabinets started happening. It felt like the energy had soured in my classroom. I dreaded waking up to go to that place every day. Sometimes I'd be sitting at my desk and suddenly feel an overwhelming wave of sadness for no reason. I became depressed. I've been depressed. It's been like something has been feeding off my normally bright and positive energy since the school year started. But I couldn't abandon my team, so I continued to go. But last night tipped me over the edge, and nothing could have gotten me to go back. It's conference week, and thankfully this was the last family I was scheduled to meet with. Both parents are hard of hearing and didn't hear the toys and books falling on the floor behind them. But I could see it all. I knew something was going to happen when they left. I anticipated it. I couldn't tell if the family felt anything, but the energy felt heavy when we all walked in, like walking into a sauna. The air was thick, but not by water molecules. As the meeting wrapped up, I tried to stall the family as long as I could so I wouldn't have to be alone, but they eventually did leave. I walked them to the front doors and locked them when they were out. I thought about following them out and hopping on my bike as well, but I knew I couldn't. I was the last one there, and I needed to lock everything up before I left. Up to that point, I wasn't planning on quitting. My goal was to get in, get out, but that couldn't be further from what happened. When I got back into the classroom, I hurried to pick up the toys that fell, and of course, the T-Rex was laying furthest away from the other toys. I felt it move in my hands when I picked it up. It was such a disturbing sensation, I reactively threw it away from me, and the plastic leg broke. I should have thrown it away long ago, but now it actually had a legitimate reason to meet the trash bin. Not wanting to touch it again, I laid the bin on its side and gave the dinosaur a kick in. Right after doing that, my classroom door slammed incredibly loud. You know how heavy those school doors are. It shook the walls and scared me enough to lose my balance. The shock of it put me on my ass and got me so mad, almost as mad as I was scared. But when I got to my feet, I didn't have time to fixate on the door because the rocking chair I keep in our library area began rocking back and forth. Every interval, its speed increased until it fell forward with another loud crash. And that's when I said, fuck it. That mix of anger and fear was now just fear. Whatever this was enjoyed fucking with me, and I was all done. So I quit. Do I feel guilty? Absolutely. But do I feel better? 100%. Sometimes the toxic work environment is supernatural. But either way, don't stay at a place that makes you feel awful, regardless the reason. Life is too short, and then we're just a ghost haunting a school. So live your best one. Many moons ago, I lived in this tiny apartment above a bar. It was a somewhat dingy place. The floor slopes just enough to mess with your head, so I had to position my bed in just the right spot. and the walls let in every inch of sound. Of course, on the flip side, it was cheap, close to work, which is all I cared about at the time. The bar downstairs wasn't bad, kind of a local dive feel to it. Sticky floors, old neon signs, the same 5 guys at the counter every single night. It was loud but manageable. I got used to the muffled music and barstool laughter through the floor, almost like my own version of white noise. But around 2 a.m. every night, like clockwork, the noise would cut off completely, and I'd hear footsteps, not from the bar, above me. Heavy, slow steps, like someone walking in boots, across the ceiling, from one end of the apartment to the other. Except there wasn't an apartment above me, just a roof, and not an easy one to access. When I'd first heard it, I assumed I was wrong about the layout. Maybe the building was weirder than I thought, so I asked the bartender one night if someone lived upstairs. He gave me this long look and said, "You hear it too." He told me they'd have tenants leave within a few months of moving in. One guy said that he woke up to footsteps circling his bed. Another said that he saw someone standing in the corner of the ceiling. Not the corner of the room, the ceiling. I laughed it off, but I started sleeping with the lights dimmed. One night, the footsteps came earlier, around 1:15. I was reading in bed when they started. They stopped directly above me. I didn't breathe. Then there was this sharp sound, like nails on a chalkboard, quickly, from one corner to the other. I got up, I grabbed my keys, and I went downstairs to the bar. I didn't say anything, I just sat there. Well, I knew I couldn't stay there all night, and eventually I went back upstairs. I did move out 2 weeks later. When I came back to grab the last of my stuff, I asked that bartender if anyone new had taken the apartment yet. He just said, "Not yet, but it usually doesn't stay empty or occupied long." Growing up, I lived in a town with a sewer system, kind of like the one from It. Obviously not quite as elaborate or glamorous. The smell is something I'll never forget, but when you're kids looking for privacy, certain allowances are permissible. Me and a few friends would go through one of the bigger tunnels to just hang out and smoke. It led to a large open area, one that was big enough for some folding chairs and a broken table. There were other tunnels leading to other rooms, but we never thought about where they led. It was filthy enough where we were, and trudging through sewer water isn't something on our bucket list. Then my friend Holly brought her boyfriend Steve to our spot. We were 13 or 14 at that point. The next day, he brought a couple of friends, and the boys took over. They wanted to see where the other tunnels went. Smell be damned. One Saturday morning, 5 of us met up with a single flashlight, bags full of snacks like we were going on an extended hike. In reality, several tunnels were too small or flooded to go through, but we found another service tunnel with a little walkway path. We followed that for a bit. Once we got further in, there were tons of directions that we could go and tucked off areas with some kind of service equipment. We were taking a break and eating some snack bars when the flashlight died. We'd been wandering around for close to an hour, and now it was pitch black. There was a brief chaos while blame was being passed around, but eventually we had to actually try to get out. We ended up forming a single file line with Steve in the front and Brady at the end. Everyone held onto the shirt of the person in front of them, while Steve waved his arms and tried not to walk us into a wall. The way we had to move, there was no telling how far we'd gone, or if we were even going in the right direction. Sometimes we'd hit a dead end and have to turn around, so we could have been going in circles and never known it. It felt like we were just going deeper and deeper into the tunnels. We walked through gravel for a while, and most of us were positive we hadn't passed any of that on the way in. But Steve and Holly thought we had. I had no idea how long we'd been walking when Brady yelled. It felt like an hour, but probably less. Brady said a hand had touched his shoulder, and he started pushing past the rest of us. Most of us fell while he ran straight into a wall and busted his nose. There was total chaos for several minutes while we all panicked. We knew it wasn't a joke, but we hoped that he'd imagined it. More than once I thought I'd heard whispering, but that could have been running water or anything. At least that's what I tell myself. When nothing else happened for several minutes, we calmed down enough to find each other and reform our line. We were covered in grime now, so our moods had significantly worsened, and we began to argue. Once again, we were turned around, no clue which way we were going before the chaos. We walked in a random direction for another chunk of time. Now Brady was in front and Steve was in the back, but Holly was the one to scream. She was holding onto the back of my shirt and pulled me down with her as she fell. She thought Steve shoved her, but he swore he hadn't, and we believed him. Even Holly admitted that he hadn't let go of her shirt beforehand, and he was in enough trouble with her as it was. None of us were trying to drag out this experience. Before we could calm down and regroup again, a distant cackling laughter echoed around us. It couldn't have been anyone in our group. It was too far away. That's when the real panic hit. We screamed and ran. I heard the others grunt and groan as they slammed into walls. I somehow avoided smashing my face, but I fell several times, and I could feel open wounds on my knees and palms. I was crying so loud I didn't even notice when I stopped hearing the others. One minute we were all screaming, and the next, I was alone in silence. That was it for me. I sat against a wall and waited to die. I just couldn't move anymore. A long time had passed. I heard more of that cackling laughter, followed by footsteps coming closer and closer, but I was frozen in place. When the footsteps were within a few feet from me, they stopped. I thought someone was standing right in front of me, but everything was just black. I never heard the footsteps leave, but I did hear more whispers. I couldn't make out the words, but there were at least 2 voices. I think they were female, but I can't be sure. To this day, I've never felt terror like that again. I kept hearing things that way for several hours until there were suddenly louder voices, and these were calling my name, and Brady and Holly's. I was so paranoid by then, I thought it was a trap. What kind of trap, I don't even know. I imagined crazed homeless people, ghosts, demons, every horror movie I'd ever seen, including it. And then I saw a light. It was getting closer, and there were 3 actual live people with real lights. It hurt my eyes a lot, but I didn't care. It was light, and they were regular people. It was a search team. Somehow, Steve and our other friend Jamie had stayed together and made it out. They sent help back for the rest of us. They found Holly first. She was closest to the entrance. They didn't find Brady for another half an hour after I was rescued. He had found his way to a closed tunnel that the first search team couldn't even fit through, so they had to send smaller people. Holly and I were dehydrated and in shock, but we were okay to go home. Brady had deep claw marks on his arms and back. He had to go to the ER and was in psychiatric care for several weeks. Holly didn't experience anything weird, but Brady said something attacked him. The doctor said that he must have stumbled into a bobcat's den, but Brady swears it wasn't a cat. He said it latched onto his back at one point, and he reached back to feel something cold and scaly. We didn't try to tell anyone. They would have just said that we were scared kids that freaked out. You'll probably think that too. But we didn't even believe in that kind of stuff. We were terrified of starving to death in the dark. Absolutely. But none of us even considered that there was something else down there too. That shit hit out of nowhere. So yeah, believe it or don't, but fuck sewers. When I first moved out to New York, I rented a downstairs mother-in-law apartment for $600 a month. There was a full bathroom down there, water, garbage, even cable was paid for. It was a beautiful house, 10 minutes east of Buffalo. The couple that owned the house were also the ones living above me, and for the most part, we got along incredibly well. They were in their mid-50s, treated me like a daughter. I was in my early 20s and greatly appreciated the kindness, especially while I acclimated. It wasn't like an everyday thing, but anytime I had a question or needed anything, their side of the adjoining door would always be unlocked for me. Out of respect, though, it was seldom that I'd use that door. There were a few plumbing issues I had to go up there for, but I tried not to be a nuisance while I was under their roof. Besides a leaky toilet, the only other issue I came to them about, well, they weren't as overly helpful for, and it got kind of weird. I'd been there for a little over a week. I'd basically just moved in, and the little belongings I did take with me were still stacked in boxes. Most of them were set up against the wall, but I had a few by my bed that I was using as a makeshift table. The box I was using carried my old childhood stuffed animals, the ones I promised myself I'd never get rid of. I'm sure a lot of adults had or have a box like this. I had my alarm clock and a can of soda on it when I started to fall asleep. Laying in bed, I'm turned to my side, facing the box table. My eyes are closed at the time, but I hear the sound of the aluminum can being slid off of the cardboard. I open my eyes just in time to watch the soda fall off of the edge and spill onto the ground. I got up right away to clean it, using a towel to soak up the liquid. I was down there next to the box, and it looked like one of the flaps were unfolded and raised a bit. It hadn't happened the first 2 nights of me using it the same way. I didn't know how it could have scooted off the side of the box like that, but the mess occupied my primary focus. The next night, though, when it happened again, I jumped up with a little more curiosity as to how it happened again. I knew I'd put my drink dead center of the box, so when I heard it slide all the way off and splash onto the floor, I was upset. I got up and ran for a towel to clean it, but that night, when the floor was dry, I didn't immediately go back to bed. Instead, I looked all around the box, inside and out, trying to figure out what the problem was, but I couldn't find anything. The next thought was that it was a rodent or something like that, until one of the stuffed animals, one with electronic bits, started moving and singing inside the box. Its startling, distorted version of Yankee Doodle Dandy acted like an alarm in the silent, dark room, and I thrashed through the stuffed animals until I found the one that was active. It was a teddy bear, dressed in a Civil War costume. When I grabbed it in my hands, its music stopped. The batteries were already missing when I went to pull them out. I've had that stuffed bear probably the longest out of all of them. It's old. Could have been wiring, I guess, but without any power from batteries. It didn't make sense to me. And the more I thought about it, the more it made me feel uneasy. It also wasn't the reason for the box flap opening, just a separate thing that happened in tandem. The stairway that led to the door upstairs had old wood steps. I also had a door that I could shut at the bottom of the stairs in my room, and on multiple occasions through the wall, I heard the upstairs door open, and the creaks of the wood, like someone was coming down the stairs. But the door would never open. The footsteps would never go back up the stairs either, only down. Worse than that, I woke up a handful of times to see that the stairwell door was wide open. Every time I would have to get out of bed and close it again, making sure to never look into the actual stairwell as I did. Random stuff like this kept happening, so I finally went upstairs to ask the couple point blank if their house was haunted. I didn't care if I looked crazy, and it was either that or start the conversation by asking if they have large rodents. However, they were still offended, raised their eyebrows like my question hung with a rotten odor in the kitchen. I said, "This is a pretty old house. Do you think it's haunted?" And to this, both of them got looks of repulsion on their face. The woman answered my question in a snappy tone, saying, "Not in the least bit." I just said, "Oh, okay," and then walked back downstairs feeling foolish. I wasn't in a position to move, and there was no way that I'd find a place to rent for that cheap. I knew that as fact. What I also knew as fact was that no matter what the couple upstairs thought, their house was haunted. I'm convinced most everything on the East Coast is haunted, because that's where the American story began. People have been living and dying on the East Coast way longer than the West. All the architecture's old. It's extremely beautiful, but haunted up the kazoo. I had 2 windows in the room, one on the door that pointed toward the side driveway, and another window that pointed toward the front yard. I once got up to go to the bathroom, and I saw a man standing outside the fence of the front yard, staring at the house. He was partially lit by a street light further down the road. By their stature, I assumed it was a man that I was looking at. It looked like he was wearing a black raincoat with the hood up. He was more of a silhouette than anything. I stayed low even though my blinds were down and the room was dark. I didn't think that he could see me, but I couldn't be sure. It wasn't clear what he was even doing there. I watched him until I couldn't hold my bladder, and in the time I ran to use the bathroom, he was gone by the time I got back to the window. My stomach sank when I saw the gate to the front yard was unlatched. It sank even further when the other window lit up from the motion sensor lights in the driveway. My back was already against that wall. The light coming in from the driveway made a perfect illuminated square in the carpet of my room. And then it started to blink, almost like Morse code, but in reality, it was the person's body blocking the light every time they looked into my room. The shadow rapidly went back and forth outside the window. The phone, which was a landline at the time, was all the way across the room. I didn't want to risk being spotted. I thought the couple upstairs had to be aware of what was going on, but all was quiet upstairs. All was quiet everywhere. It came to me that as fast as the guy was moving outside, he wasn't kicking up the gravel. Still, I watched his shadow continue to dart around. Then one swoop was his final, and the window's light became a stagnant yellow glow until the sensor's timer shut them off. That's when I felt safe, leaving my crouch spot on the wall and returning to my bed. I moved to New York for a corporate job at the clothing company, and anticipating my career path, I expected New York to be my new permanent residency. I wanted it to feel like home, starting with the place I was currently staying at, but no matter how much I decorated that room, fear would envelop the aesthetics. It was probably my internal stress, probably what made me feel so isolated at work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that people didn't like me. I wouldn't even say didn't like, because that would mean I crossed their minds past eye contact. I myself felt like the ghost in the office that I worked at. Nobody on my team asked me questions. Nobody looked at me twice, besides to ask if I'd finished whatever project I was on. It was fast-paced, stressful, and overwhelming, to do with a lack of sleep, especially. And I'd often find myself behind that blockade of tired fog in the mornings because my sleep being interrupted by various but unyielding disturbances. Ambiguous thumps and bumps, those were a regular occurrence that the couple upstairs had no clue about. I never argued, but I knew they were lying. Some of these noises were big enough to shake the house, like someone throwing a sledgehammer through the wall. In a series of horrendous events one night, I'm woken up by a tremendous boom. The sound lasts half a second, and the house is silent again. When I sat up in bed, in the pitch-black room, I see a line of light under the bathroom door. It was directly across from my bed, and the lights were unmistakably on. Unfortunately, I knew with all my soul that I'd turned that light off earlier. The room was dark when I went to sleep. I contemplated just leaving it on, but what I couldn't ignore was the crying that began shortly after I'd sat up. Retelling this part feels like a twisted dream, but I wake up to adrenaline pumping through me at an immodest rate. As I got to the illuminated door, I put my ear against it, and I could still hear the sound of crying coming from inside. And that's when I turned the handle and I opened it to see a bony, cadaverous woman sitting in the bathtub. She was staring down into the water, sobbing, but slowly raised her head to meet my terrified frozen stare. She was completely nude, long black hair that hung down past her shoulders, with a few tangled strands in front of her face. The eyes that looked back at me were blue. The whites had changed into an irritated red from the tears. Her skin was covered in scars. Her chest, arms, and thighs all had long marks of healed tissue. As scary as the sight was, I was also struck with a deep sadness for the woman. Through our gaze, she shared her hurt with me. My body absorbed the sorrow, and I felt her loneliness, and it physically brought me to my knees. I accompanied her weeping with my own soft whimpers. It's like all of my insecurities, anxieties, the intrusive thoughts that I tried to keep away, they all came at me at once, like a pack of wolves to my worn-down spirit. I was on my hands and knees, my mind sliding down a spiral into darker and darker territory, when a small splash of water sprinkles across my fingers. More water slaps onto the ground, and it sounds like it's sloshing from over the edge of the tub. The spritz I got pulled me off of my dejected slide and teleported me back into the moment, the rational feelings that came with it, which was pure heart-galloping terror. Right when that primal adrenaline shot through me, it re-tightened my senses and my legs somersaulted me backwards, while my hand somehow closed the door behind me. I don't know how I did a move like that. My body acted without me. I didn't sleep in the bed that night. I grabbed my blankets and I went to go sleep the rest of the night in my car, but even that was short-lived. In my passenger seat, I intentionally laid facing away from the room, but I made the mistake of looking over my shoulders. I saw her face, her blue eyes, looking out at me through the window. I started to cry again too, but this time it was because I was out of options. Seeing her again only confirmed that yes, along with the shit job I moved out here for, it's confirmed. My place of residency is no longer a viable option. In my car, I started the engine. Headlights turned on, radio turns on. I see it's close to 4 a.m. I would have had to be up in a half an hour to get ready for work. That obviously wasn't going to happen. This time, I let out one of those end-of-the-world cries. I think I had a tiny mental breakdown after that because I became absolutely enraged, blood-boiling angry. How fucked this situation was. I was punching my steering wheel, screaming at the top of my lungs, but that didn't feel cathartic enough. So I unrolled my window, held out my left arm, and raised my middle finger high. Then I continued screaming at the top of my lungs, fuck you, fuck you. And then I peeled out of their driveway, making sure my back tires blasted gravel at the metal garage door. I was never coming back. I kept my window down, yelling, fuck you, New York, fuck you, all the way to state lines. My tears stung with resentment, hurting my eyes and making me more aggravated the whole 2-hour trip home. There's more than a few toll booths with dents on the side of their change deposit bowls. I haven't stopped saying it, and I'll keep saying it until the day I die on my deathbed. I want my last words that I utter to my loved ones to be, fuck New York. I'm well aware this is going to come off as crazy can be. But a couple of years ago, my daughter came to me in a dream. Her name was Allie, and we lost her to a congenital heart defect. But in my dream, she was a teenager, a beautiful spitting image of her dad and I's best features. I knew instantly who she was in my dream, and our interaction felt natural and warm. I don't really remember what exactly we were doing, but I know it was something menial, driving somewhere in the car, the one I have now. She was telling me a story, sitting in the passenger seat. I kept looking over at her, admiring her smile as she laughed. Then, like dreams often do, the moment changed without my knowledge, and suddenly we were at the destination, our new setting. It took place in a shopping mall. It was one I fondly knew from my childhood. I'm pretty sure this mall that we were exploring had been demolished in the early 2000s, but in my dream, it was the location where we were going to buy Allie some shoes. Walking through the food court, I pointed out the table that I had my first kiss. I could still recap the layout of where all the stores were. Walking next to me, Allie suddenly stops and starts violently coughing. Each cough began to sound worse than the last, and then she began grabbing at her neck, like she was choking. Dream me watched helplessly as my beautiful baby girl's eyes rolled into the back of her head. Both hands release and drop down to her sides, and her head stays tilted upwards. When I look around for help, I realize everyone shared the same features that she did. At a standstill, all looking upward with wide eyes. Then, only Allie turned her head to look at me, and when she spoke, her bright, happy voice sounded like she was inhaling while trying to talk. In this raspy, low voice, she said, "There's a spider in the web. Leave it alone. Go home." And then I woke up in a cold sweat. The collar of the shirt that I'd worn to bed was soaked. The rest of the morning I kept repeating what she told me over and over again in my head, trying to make it make sense. There's a spider in the web, leave it alone, go home. Felt like I'd received premonition, a weird one, but I'd obsessed over it for weeks to follow. I obsessed over the meaning and treated anything spider-related as bad luck and tried to avoid. Once, I even made myself late for work because the car in front of me had a Spider-Man bumper sticker, and I refused to drive behind it. I turned down a street that I'd never taken just to get away from it. But nothing seemed to happen. Nothing obvious anyway. And eventually my paranoia became a kind of superstition. I'd whisper her words every time I saw a web, like a nervous little prayer. There's a spider in the web, leave it alone, go home. It wasn't until almost a month after the dream that I finally understood what she meant. I'd just gotten off work and remembered a return that I needed to make at this little consignment shop downtown. It was barely a 10-minute detour, and for some reason, I felt like I had the energy to knock it off my to-do list, so I went on a whim. I parked in the alley behind the shop like I always did. As I stepped toward the back door, something caught my eye. There, perfectly spun across the door frame, was this massive, glistening spider web with this beautiful spider. It stopped me in my tracks. It wasn't just big. It was beautiful, symmetrical, almost glowing in the late sunlight. And at the center, that pretty spider, still as stone. And suddenly, there it was again, that voice from my dream. There's a spider in the web. Leave it alone. Go home. I stood there staring at it for just a second. I'd have to break the web just to reach the handle. I don't know how to explain the feeling that washed over me, but it was like I wasn't supposed to be there anymore. Not in that alley, not in that moment. So I turned around, walked back to my car, and got in. As I pulled out of the alleyway, two men came tearing around the corner on foot, so fast and sudden I nearly hit them. One of them almost ripped off my side mirror as they darted past, barely noticing me. I remember the way they looked, wide-eyed, wild, running like they were on fire. I thought it was weird, but I was too shaken to do anything but keep driving. Later that night, I was half watching the local news when a story came on and made my stomach drop. There'd been a robbery at the very consignment shop I'd gone to. The suspects had entered through the back door in the alleyway, the same one I'd nearly walked through just hours earlier, and just moments before they did. They shot the first people they saw walking inside. 2 were killed, 2 more were critically injured. The suspects fled but were killed in a shootout with police later that night. I sat there for a long time staring at the screen. If I'd walked through that door, if I'd destroyed that web and stepped inside, not gone home, I might have been the first person they saw. But I didn't. I guess because I listened. I used to think that dreams were just noise, our brain's way of filing away fragments. But now I know better. Sometimes the ones we've lost, they're still with us, still watching, still warning. Sometimes all it takes to be saved is leaving the spider in the web, leaving it alone, and going home. Former officer, years back. I was working the desk shift. It was one of those slower evenings, no calls holding, weather was calm, and I was just working my way through paperwork when the fire alarm signal went off. Now you've got to understand, this wasn't a modern digital system. Way back, our police department offered alarm monitoring services for local residents and businesses. By the time this happened, we only had maybe 10 or 12 properties still connected. The system was old, wired through a tangled mess of outdated panels. It would have been an entire project to dismantle, so we just left it in place and kept monitoring those few holdouts. That night, first shift dispatch had already punched in early, so she answered the alarm call as I stood up to grab my jacket and head out toward the fire department. Protocol is protocol. Just as I was stepping out the door, 911 rang. I happened to be closest, so I answered. Same address. I pick up. 911, what's your emergency? And nothing. Dead air. I could hear the line was open, but no one was speaking. It didn't sound like a hang-up or a butt dial either. More like someone just managed to make the call. Maybe collapsed mid-dial. Now I'm thinking the worst. Carbon monoxide maybe, or smoke inhalation. I bolt out the back door, straight into a squad car. As I throw it into drive, I radio in on Channel 3, the shared line for police and fire, letting everyone know that I'm heading directly to the residence, possible emergency in progress. I'm the first to arrive, but not by much. Another patrol unit pulls in right behind me. We both slow roll up to the house. No smoke, no signs of a fire, no lights flickering, nothing. We're barely out of the car when we see 2 women approaching from the far end of the street. One's pushing the other in a wheelchair, an older woman, clearly in her 80s, bundled up in a blanket. Her daughter, maybe in her 60s, is guiding her up the sidewalk. They stop when they see us. The daughter looks concerned but not panicked, just confused. This your house? I ask. They nod. I explain what we were doing there. Fire alarm triggered, 911 call came in at the same address. Now she really looked confused. No one else lives there, just us, she says. We were out for a walk before dinner. We always take a lap or 2 when it's nice out. I ask about the alarm system. She frowns and says, No, we don't have one. We just have a few detectors in the hallway and the kitchen. Her mom chimes in, slowly, saying something about how years ago they had some old wiring disconnected during renovations. She thought it was all long gone. Still, something about it doesn't sit right. We decide to do a full walk around just to be safe. And when we get to the back of the house, off the kitchen, we smell it. Gas. Clear as day. You could even see it, that faint shimmer in the air near the bottom of the door frame. We immediately shut off the gas at the main. Fire crew started setting up the fans to air the place out. Inside, everything's quiet. Nothing looks disturbed, no sign of forced entry. Both landlines are still on the hook, sitting properly in their cradles. Not a thing out of place. Eventually, we trace the source, a hairline crack in the gas line leading to the oven. The daughter thinks she knows how it happened. Said she spilled coffee earlier while they were getting ready to go out. Moved the oven to wipe it up. Must have bumped the line when pushing it back. Didn't hear a hiss and didn't smell anything. The call saved their lives, no question. About 15 minutes in, the fire chief shows up. He's older, close to retirement. Good guy, been with the department forever. He walks over to the two women and just stops. You can see it hit him like a wave. Without saying a word, he bends down and gives both of them a hug. Full on, arms wrapped tight, and he's choked up. I mean, you could see it. This wasn't just a close call to him. This meant something. Turns out the elderly woman in the wheelchair. Her husband was a fire chief over 50 years ago. A legend around here. The daughter. Her husband passed away a few years back. He was also a firefighter. Both men served in our department for decades. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't. But that night, that call, there's no reason that alarm system should have worked. It hadn't functioned in years. No batteries, no monitoring company, no account on file. And the 911 call, no one made it. Not from inside that house. I'm not saying what it was. Maybe it was a glitch, a fluke. Or maybe, just maybe, sometimes people who spend their lives serving others get a little time now and then to keep doing it, even from the other side. I've worked in prisons most of my life, and I've shared quite a few stories on here. But this story is from the locksmith I used to work with. What most people don't know about prisons is that they normally have a lot of support personnel and additional features that most never see. This story involves both. Normally, the first thing that gets built in every prison, along with the foundation, is the tunnel system. This has been the case even back into the 1800s, given the fact that my old prison had its running under the whole place. What the original purpose was back then, I don't know, but now they're used as emergency escape during a critical incident and for critical systems access. The maintenance staff at prisons are very diverse in specialties, from heating and cooling technicians to electricians to locksmiths. As the place relies on locks to keep prisoners in the facility, you can imagine the facility locksmith is normally busy. The story. Bob had just finished fixing the holding module's lock for the third time this month. The repeated use of the lock caused it to fill with metal shavings that would eventually jam the mechanism, and he would need to swap it out with a spare and repair it once it was removed. The toolkit gripped in one hand and the lock in the other, Bob proceeded down the secured stairwell that led to his lock shop, next to the facility arsenal. Reaching the bottom of the stairwell, he set the lock on his toolbox while he struggled with his keys to find the proper one to open the door, the one that allowed him into the hallway. Struggling with the door, which was assisted closed with considerable weight, he finally managed to open the door and walked through. The hallway was dimly lit, more out of expense than function, and it linked the arsenal, lock shop, and emergency tunnels with the emergency exits. The exits were linked to the arsenal and lock shop directly, to allow immediate exit to the tunnels and had a simple metal gate with an oval diamond pattern that allowed you to see through it. 15 feet past the door of the tunnel, the lighting became so bad you could barely see anything. Bob waited for the door to shut all the way, looking at it as it did until he heard the audible click. Then he checked to make sure that it was secure by testing the handle and pushing against the door. Finding it secure, he turned and began to cross the hallway to his lock shop door. When the damaged lock tumbled off the toolbox and clattered onto the concrete floor with a loud, ringing clang, it reverberated through the hallway, down the open tunnel. Shaking his head at how forgetful he was being, Bob bent at his waist to pick up the lock. Grabbing the lock with his free hand and rising, he found himself standing only 5 feet from the gate that stood at the front of the tunnel. As he looked up from the lock he had just recovered, he saw what looked initially like a swinging maintenance light. The tools were used frequently down in the tunnels, the catwalks around the whole prison. It was cheaper to give everyone in maintenance a portable light that attached to the electrical outlets. Cheaper than putting a proper lighting system in every nook and cranny. Looking closer and approaching the gate, he realized that it was not a maintenance light. The light was orange like a flame, not yellow like their maintenance lights. As Bob looked closer, shielding his eyes from the nearby ceiling light, he allowed his eyes to adjust to the dark, as he thought he'd heard the creaking sound of a metal hinge echoing in the distance. Thinking that possibly something may have broken loose down in the tunnel, he set down his toolkit and the lock as he began to grab for his keys, still looking down the tunnel. As he found the key to the gate, Bob realized that he could see a figure down by the light. Breathing a sigh of relief, he began to take a deep breath to yell to the other maintenance man down the tunnel, but he stopped short as he got a clear look at him. The light wasn't an open flame or a maintenance light. It was an old 1800s-style lantern, and it seemed to move in time with the metallic hinge creaking sound. The man holding the lantern appeared to be very white, wearing striped clothing. Backing away from the gate in shock, Bob watched the figure fade away, like a fog lifting off of the ground when the sun rises. Just a note that prisoners in Michigan Department of Corrections wear blue and orange uniforms that are styled with primary blue, trimmed and numbered in orange. The prisoners have not worn striped uniforms since the early 1900s. I used to work at a psychiatric facility for teenagers. It was kind of a creepy place. Temporal wiring, and a heavy silence that settled in deep into your chest. It was sad, but it was something else too. My first week, the power went out. A breaker had flipped, and maintenance said that it would be at least 3 hours before they could get there. I volunteered to check myself. The other staff members sort of went quiet, and when no one offered to go with me, that probably should have been my first clue. The basement, it was what you'd expect. Cold, damp. I was scanning the breaker box when I heard a man's voice behind me, clear as day. "What are you doing?" I jumped and turned around, expecting to see someone. Maybe maintenance came early and slipped in without me hearing. But there was no one there. The basement stairs were loud enough to hear even one step, and yet I was alone. I never found the flipped breaker. When I came back up and asked if anyone had come down, every staff member was accounted for. That was the first time that something happened, but it wasn't the last. Not long after, a strange smell started to show up. Gardenias. Overpowering and artificial, like perfume poured on too heavy. Every time I smelled it, I'd get dizzy and nauseous. Sometimes I had to step outside just to breathe. Some of the kids said that they smelled it too, and so did a few of the staff. There was never an explanation for it. And then there were the hands. One night on an overnight shift, I was stationed in the living room near the basement door. I glanced over and froze. There were hands, 3, maybe 4 pairs, clawing at the bottom of the door, pale, frantic, stretching under the crack like they were trying to pull themselves through. I didn't even move. I remember just staring until they vanished right in front of me. I knew I wasn't crazy, but what the hell was that? Another night, I was sitting at the opposite end of where the makeshift living room was. I heard footsteps upstairs. Everyone was accounted for. I went to the bottom of the stairs and I saw 2 glowing red eyes hovering just above the top step. I stared right into them, and then I hissed without even thinking, "Leave him alone." I heard a growl, and I watched those eyes disappear. There was a boy, 17, sharp kid. He was just a week away from discharge and had a full college scholarship lined up. Not the type to make things up. It was one of the days where the kids from the children's hospital would come over. We were all playing hide and seek, staff included, to keep things light. I was the seeker. I spotted someone slipping into a closet. In the same room, a blanket on the bed looked like someone hiding underneath. I pulled it back. Nothing there. But then something black streaked past the corner of my vision, fast into the next room. The kid in the closet came out, pale. I heard someone say, "Got you," and then I felt a hand on my shoulder. He said, "That wasn't you, right?" The night shifts actually got worse. I once saw a shadow of a man, tall, solid, walking through a blind corner. I caught him in the mirror, and I saw him again in the reflection of the kitchen window. I waited as he passed through the side door and vanished. Sometimes after shifts, I'd get into my car and see a figure in the back seat. I'd speak aloud, "You're not welcome here. You cannot come with me." Usually it disappeared, but once something latched onto my back. It was cold and heavy and paralyzing. I literally couldn't drive. It took 15 minutes of prayer and sheer will to shake it off. The longer I worked there, the more I unraveled. My anxiety spiked. I was constantly paranoid. I developed severe insomnia and gained a dangerous amount of weight. By the time I left, I was barely functioning. And the strange thing, I didn't leave because of the hauntings. I probably should have, but I didn't. I left because one of the boys, a sweet, quiet kid who aged out of the program, took his own life. After everything, after all the support, the progress, it still wasn't enough. That broke me more than the shadows ever could. I moved on to an assisted living facility. The deaths there were expected, natural, peaceful. People who had lived full lives. Some things still follow me, but I learned how to leave the door closed. Years ago, I used to be a lifeguard. Small neighborhood pool, nothing fancy, just 6 lap lanes, a diving board, and a chlorine tank that always leaked. I worked there every summer in my teens, then stayed on part-time in my 20s while figuring out what to do with my life. Now I work with the city through Parks and Rec. We happen to be responsible for the property the pool sits on. It's an old pool anyway. We shut the place down in 2011. Technically, it was a chemical issue. Filters went bad, the water turned cloudy, and one of the staff had a bad reaction. But unofficially, there was an incident that no one talked about. Something that happened late one night after closing. I didn't witness it myself, but I was on shift earlier that day. I remember that despite it being July, it was unusually cold, chalked up to a building falling apart. But then, after dark, a teenage girl had drowned. Only she didn't look drowned when they pulled her out. No bloating, no fluid in her lungs, just pale, still, and her hands, they were raw. skin shredded like she'd tried to claw at the tile. And the worst part, there were fingernail marks under the pool's cover, but it hadn't come loose. They drained the whole thing after that, and they never reopened. Flash forward to last week. I get a call from one of the new guys at Parks and Rec. Says the motion lights keep going off at the old pool. He went to check it out. Reported the place was still locked up and he couldn't see how anyone could have gotten in. Yet he said he heard strange noises coming from inside. Splashing, footsteps in the locker room, doors slamming. But no one was there. Normally I'd write that stuff off or tell him to phone the police. I mean, the pool doesn't even have water, so I'm not sure about the splashing. But I don't know. Something in his voice struck me. He sounded shaken, like he wanted me to tell him it was nothing. When I mentioned making a police report, he almost sounded embarrassed at the idea. So I said I'd swing by. It was just after 10 p.m. when I pulled up. The gate padlock was intact. I drove around with my spotlight, checking the windows, doors. No sign of forced entry, all as the rookie had explained. But as soon as I stepped out of the truck, I heard it. The distinct echo of water moving. Not wind. I mean full-on swimming sounds. Arms slicing water. A quiet splash every few seconds. I still had my key to the pool house. I unlocked the main door, stepped inside. Everything was dark. I noticed the locker room lights flicker behind me, motion activated. Except I hadn't walked far enough to trigger them. I didn't think so. The inside hadn't changed much, smelled like mildew and old sunscreen. Most of the lockers were still labeled with duct tape from over a decade ago. I walked through the showers, across the maintenance area, and onto the pool deck. The last time I'd even peered in, the water was still drained. Cracked white tiles stretched out in every direction. The deep end was a stained, echoey hole, and in the silence I could hear the echo of my own breath bouncing back at me. But upon closer inspection, there was still some water. Just a thin channel. A ripple that ran the length of the pool. It shimmered differently than the dry tile around it on the outside. But it was more than a shimmer. It seemed like movement. As I walked the perimeter, I noticed something unusual, for sure. Wet footprints. Not mine. I was still standing on the dry deck. These prints went from the edge of the pool to the lifeguard chair and stopped. I climbed the chair to get an overall better view of the pool. From up there, you could see it clearer. The water was anything but still. No shape that I could make out in the water itself. No head breaking the surface or anything like that. Just the faint gliding motion of someone doing a lazy breaststroke underwater. I watched it move, whatever it was, through the water. Something invisible creating ripples. Watching, it slid forward. When it reached the deep end, it paused. The water was still again, but only for a second. Then uncontrollable splashing. There wasn't a soul in sight, and yet the water was erupting in a way that it only can when something is thrashing in it. I stepped down from the chair, not taking my eyes off the water until I grabbed my phone to call the city guy. Somehow the screen was shattered. I didn't drop it. I swear. I didn't sit on it weird, no excuse. But there it was. It had been crushed. I threw it back in my pocket. In the hallway mirror, I caught my reflection, and I stopped cold. The back of my shirt was soaked, like I'd been dunked, but I hadn't gotten close to the water. I ran a hand back there, and it was freezing cold. I didn't feel any wetness. Nothing made sense. It was scaring the hell out of me. I left, didn't look back. Locked the gate. I grabbed my phone about halfway through the drive home. It was perfectly fine. The next morning, I drove by just to see it in the daylight, get over this overwhelming sensation that I just couldn't let go of. The pool was empty. No water and no one swimming, invisible or otherwise. The city as a whole remains convinced that it's kids breaking in, making noises, setting off the lights. But I know what I saw. Something's in there. Maybe just a night. Swimming laps. We'd just bought our first house, a small place out in the country, surrounded by quiet roads and empty fields. It felt like a fresh start. Our daughter was only a few months old, and I was still getting used to being home alone at night while my husband worked late. That particular night, I just put the baby down when I heard it. Someone fumbling with the front door. Not knocking, not trying the handle gently. It sounded like someone trying keys that didn't fit. I figured maybe my husband had forgotten his, was having trouble, so I walked toward the door to help. And that's when I heard it. Clear as day, right behind me, like it had been spoken directly into my ear. Turn on the light. It wasn't my own thought. It wasn't imagination. It was a voice I'd heard before, just a handful of times in my life. And every time I had listened to it, and something bad had been avoided. So I flipped the porch light on without hesitation. Everything went still. The fumbling stopped. And then footsteps, fast retreating footsteps, pounding down the porch steps and into the dark. I couldn't see anyone through the glass, but I stood frozen. My heart was racing, but I wasn't even sure what had almost happened. My husband came home about 45 minutes later. I had his dinner waiting, but I couldn't hold it. Before asking him about his day or anything, I told him everything. He looked concerned, but tried to calm me down. Said maybe it was just someone at the wrong house. And then, just as we were settling in to watch the 11 o'clock news, the report came on. Breaking news. An inmate had escaped from the local correctional facility. Residents are advised to lock their doors and remain vigilant. The suspect is considered dangerous. That facility was less than 3 miles from our house. My husband picked up the phone and called the sheriff's department. They were already searching nearby. From what we heard later, the man had been spotted not far from our property, hiding in an abandoned shed. I still think about what would have happened if I hadn't turned on that light, if I hadn't listened. I don't know who or what that voice is, but I trust it. This happened about 4 years ago when I was working on a home renovation show. Not one of the famous ones, just a regional production in the Carolinas. I did scouting, logistics, sometimes handled safety checks if our guy was out sick. So I'm out driving to this old property outside of town, supposedly a fixer-upper, with great bones. In reality, it looked like the house from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, if you drained all the color and hope out of it. Still, it was what the producers wanted. A little roughness adds charm, they'd say. As I'm getting out of my car, this old man comes shuffling down the road until he appeared at the edge of the driveway. Worn boots, stained hat, skin like leather. No hello, just looked at me and said, "You don't want to go in there." I gave a polite chuckle. "Yeah, why is that?" He just stared at me for a long moment. He said, "Some places don't stay empty 'cause no one wants them. They stay empty 'cause something else already has them." Then he turned and walked away. Didn't wait for a reply, just disappeared down the road like he came out of fog itself. I stood there for a beat, trying to decide if it was a threat or a crazy person monologue. Either way, I was already behind schedule. so I went inside. And yeah, it was a wreck. Sagging floors, water damage, a smell like mildew and rot and something faintly sweet underneath. As I was taking photos, I started hearing this soft knocking sound. Not loud, almost polite. Just tap, 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 every 10 seconds or so. Thought maybe it was the pipes settling, until I realized it was coming from upstairs. Problem was, there wasn't an upstairs. The house was one story. I checked the layout. No attic, no second floor, just a roof. The knocking kept going. I left. Fast forward to the production day. I begged them to pick a different property, told them it had structural issues, black mold. I made up anything I could. They didn't budge. We get the camera crews out there, cameras, mics, lighting. Everyone's on edge for no reason that we can really explain. The house is quiet. We film the intro. Then, about 10 minutes in, one of the sound guys drops his boom and just stares down the hall. I thought someone was behind me, he says. No one was, but on playback we hear something on his feed. A voice, not a whisper, not a scream, just one word. Stay. And for some reason, that's when I really thought about what the old man said. I thought about the look in his eyes when he had said it. Like he wasn't warning me to be kind. He was begging me to be smart. We wrapped early. We never aired the episode. We don't really talk about this entire production, especially not about what happened the next day when we came back and found the door wide open, equipment scattered. There was a set of unrecognizable footprints in the dust, barefoot. They were heading down the hall. Nobody on the team was barefoot. I don't know what was in that house, but someone or something was expecting us, and I think that old man knew exactly what it was. I was probably around 11 or 12 when this happened. Just old enough to start feeling too old to be scared of the dark, but young enough that a certain shadow could ruin my whole night. It was late. I don't remember what time exactly, just that everything was quiet. I knew it well. The middle of the night kind of quiet, where it almost felt like a dream. Usually waking up needing to pee, like I did this night. Bad. I got up, rubbed the sleep from my eyes, and padded down the hall barefoot. Our bathroom was across the kitchen, and as I rounded the corner, I stopped dead in my tracks. The door was open just enough to see inside. The light wasn't on, but there was just enough glow from the hallway nightlight to make out the silhouette of someone sitting in the bathroom, maybe on the bathtub. A woman. She was sitting there, completely still, hands in her lap. And I swear to God, she turned and looked right at me. Just her head, like it was on a swivel. I didn't scream. I didn't even run. I just stood there frozen, half asleep, convinced I must be looking at my mom. That had to be it, right? Maybe she didn't turn the light on. Maybe she was just sitting in the dark like a total weirdo. Moms do weird stuff sometimes. But then I glanced down the hall at my parents' bedroom door. It was wide open. Something about that felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to see that. I crept toward their room, every step making my skin crawl a little bit more. I peeked in. My mom was there, completely knocked out, asleep in bed. That's when the fear really hit. This creeping, icy dread climbed up the back of my neck and settled behind my ears. I remember whispering, "No," under my breath, and turning around so fast I nearly slipped on the hardwood. But the problem was, I still had to pee, so I sprinted to the other bathroom, the one connected to the guest room. I slammed the door, locked it, did my business while staring at the crack beneath the door, half expecting to see 2 feet standing outside. When I finally built up the courage to come back out, the hallway was empty. The bathroom door that I had seen her in, it was still open, still dark, but she was gone. I've never forgotten that night. Never forgot the way she looked at me, if you could even call it looking. There were no real features to speak of, just darkness in the shape of a woman, and the heavy, awful feeling that I had walked in on something I wasn't supposed to see. I've got a weird one that happened to my uncle on Evergreen Way in Everett back in the 90s. It was late, and his girlfriend was driving him home from the movies. They'd just gone to see Good Will Hunting in the theaters and apparently had a few drinks while the show was playing, and maybe after. Neither of them would have blown a legal breathalyzer, and it was a torrential downpour that night. This added to the caution his girlfriend would take driving them home. His girlfriend worked at a coffee stand on that road. She was actually familiar with a couple of members of the unhoused population. They would come up to her window, asking for free shit, or be so brazen enough to try to nab the tip jar. They're laughing at all the crazy work stories that she's telling as they pass the stand that's closed down for the night. From the direction they're going, Evergreen turns into a hill. She said she could take her foot off the gas and coast down, tapping the brakes a few times to not go too fast. It's not a steep hill, but it goes for a while, and it's easy to pick up speed. They can see a couple 100 yards ahead of them on this street. They can see the streetlights ahead of them switching colors, regardless of any vehicles present, and a gas station on the corner with the rotating streetlights. This was Uncle and his girlfriend's second date together, and he thought that up until that point things had been going really good on their date. The windshield wipers are at their highest level and just barely providing enough for her to see. My uncle had offered to drive, but she'd gotten permission to use her dad's Cadillac for their date, so she was insistent that she drove. And in her defense, she was a really safe driver given the circumstances. Unc didn't have any concerns until something caught his eye, a few 100 yards down the hill. There was a man. He wore a tie-dye blanket like a kind of psychedelic mage. The backpack he wore under the largely brightly colored cape made him look disfigured, like a hunchback as he leaned on the damaged aluminum walker with a single yellow tennis ball on one of the legs. Unc points him out to his girlfriend, who's already noticed him, and she doesn't look amused anymore. Her funny stories had stopped, but the sound of rain on the roof of the car was loud enough to fill its space. The stories she'd been sharing with Unc were light-hearted, but all pivoted around very real what-the-fuck situations, ones that she'd been in. Along with those, she had a handful of not-so-light-hearted situations she'd been in. Apparently, Tie-Dye Mage was one disgusting piece of shit. One that she was always calling the cops on because he was constantly harassing her and the other baristas. But specifically, he put this girl through a particularly traumatic situation when she was on a smoke break. He approached her with a pair of garden cutters and his pants around his ankles. He was grunting like a gorilla, and his hood was pulled over his eyes, and his long brown and silver beard, it had food and other unidentifiable crusties stuck in it. She thought that he was robbing her. She put her hands up while telling him that all she had was dry erase markers in her pockets. He kept the cutters extended towards her. So she starts pulling them out and throwing them on the ground to prove that's all she had. But with his other hand, he opened the tie-dye cape, exposing himself to her. With his pants around his ankles, she was able to make an easy escape back to the coffee stand, to lock the windows and doors, and to make another call to the police. All while the guy stood outside, scratching up the side of the coffee stand with the rusty garden tool. That resulted in him going away for another few weeks, but it never prevents him from always wandering back to Evergreen when he got out again. That assault story was not mentioned during her monologue that had them both laughing a minute ago. It would be mentioned when they got back to her parents' house and were sitting in the driveway. But before that, Unc had no idea, and as they're coasting down the hill, she puts her foot back onto the gas pedal, and he feels the SUV start to pick up speed. He asks if she sees him standing on the curb. She tells him yeah, but the Cadillac continued to gain momentum down the hill. He says the guy looks handicapped. If he steps into the street, he wouldn't be quick enough to move back onto the curb. She says something like, he's not handicapped, and if he steps out onto the street, he's gonna die, because I'm going too fast to slam on my brakes in the rain. I won't be able to stop in time. It'll be his fault. Whatever it was verbatim that she told Unc, it was clear she knew exactly what she was doing. And she'd been thinking about it since she saw him far in the distance. She probably saw him before Unc did, and the whole time, she's in the driver's seat, plotting. At the bottom of the hill, it's a straight shot to the light where the guy's located. Unc's gripping his seat as they're getting closer. In his head, he's thinking he's going to either be an accessory to murder, or he's going to have to work with the police to ensure himself that he never gets with this girl again. He was having a moral dilemma of tremendous proportions. Grabbing the steering wheel would kill them both if the SUV lost control, and so the only choice was to sit back in his seat, watch the show taking place out the front windshield. 100 yards quickly turned to 50, and sure enough, the tie-dye mage set his walker off the curb and steps into the road. Unc's stomach sinks like a rock. They had approximately 20 yards before the SUV would make contact. It looked like the homeless man was dancing in their lane and expecting them to swerve around, but she was gripping the steering wheel with both hands and no plans to change lanes. All Unc had time to do was put his hands in a half-hearted attempt to block his face from the shards of glass and human corpse that would potentially be flying his way. With his eyelids glued open, he sees the homeless man dissolve into nothingness as the hood of the Cadillac goes through him without making a sound or any vibrations from the expected thud. The tie-dye man dematerialized from their viewpoint over the dashboard. Then, the road in front of them grew like a concrete wall. Unc still had his arms out in front of him when the passenger airbag deployed and shattered one of his wrists and most of the bones in the fingers. The big, sturdy vehicle they'd been driving had just gone from 50 to 0 within a fraction of a second. This was on account of a pothole the size of a bathtub in the far right lane on Evergreen. The whole front of the SUV had been swallowed by a jagged pit made of concrete, metal, and asphalt. The airbag on the driver's side releases with enough velocity to knock the girl unconscious. It takes Unc a second to regain his sense, and then using only one of his hands, he gets his door open and climbs out of the vehicle. The day's rain had accumulated close to a foot of water in the hole, and when he climbed out, it was impossible not to be soaked. Then he crawls his way out of the pothole. It was waist deep, and when he turned around, he saw the SUV with its back end at a 60-degree incline. Its front end was completely crushed and hidden under the pavement of Evergreen Way. He looked in all directions and quickly discerned how alone they were out there. The streets were vacant of anyone except him. His girlfriend hadn't exited the Cadillac, but Unc was too injured from the accident to climb back in and check on her status. There was a gas station across the street at the same four-way intersection. They let him use their phone to call for help. The girl would rise from the pothole before ambulances arrived. She was bruised, but overall got out of it unharmed. They were taken to the hospital to be evaluated. While they were both in the ER waiting room, they discussed not bringing up the homeless man when they were asked about what happened. It wasn't a necessary part. They were driving down Evergreen Way doing the speed limit with their SUV, and it was destroyed by an unmarked construction area. There was a sign set up, but the wind blew it into the pothole earlier that night. She never saw the tie-dye man return after that. They were both convinced that what they saw that night was his ghost, but what they can't agree on is if he was trying to help them avoid the pothole, or if he was leading them to it. Unc thought that he was hoping she'd swerve to avoid him, but she never stopped believing that he influenced her to fall in that pothole. Coaxed her, per se. So what do you think? Let's say that it was a ghost. Do you think someone could still maintain human infatuations after death? Personally, hearing that story, I think he was trying to get them to avoid the pothole and didn't expect her to go right for him. Maybe he did. I'll be checking the comments periodically. I want to see if you all think this ghost did that shit on purpose or not. This happened about 10 years ago, off the coast of Nova Scotia. I was working on a private salvage crew. Small contracts, old wrecks, and lost cargo. We weren't pirates, but we weren't exactly the Coast Guard either. It was early spring. The water was still cold enough to bite through your bones. We were out scanning an area known for ship debris when we caught something unusual. An object sitting still on the sonar. Barely 40 feet down. It looked like a small trawler. Steel hull. No markings. Just sitting there. Not sunken into the sand. Not covered in growth. Like it had just arrived. We almost didn't dive. The conditions were iffy. And we'd gotten nothing on the manifest to indicate that a wreck was fresh. But money was money, so down we went. I was the first in. My partner, Ray, followed about 5 minutes later. Visibility was better than expected. Cold, but clear. And there it was. A boat. A boat. Upright. Intact. No drag marks, no damage. Completely preserved. We swam closer. Circled the stern, and there were no ID numbers, no nets, no rust. There was a name painted in crisp white on the side. Starling. It looked new. Not totally new, but not barnacled either. The ladder on the port side was hanging down into the water like someone had just used it. I radioed Ray to document everything. He didn't respond. He floated beside me, masked turned toward the boat, not moving. Ray? He tilted his head, like he was hearing something that I wasn't. And then he swam to the ladder. I grabbed his fin to stop him, but he jerked free, twisting to face me. His eyes were wide, but there was no fear in them, just this weird calm. He shook his head at me, slow, like, don't. I pulled him back anyway, fought him until he finally gave in and we both surfaced. On the deck, I asked what the hell he was doing. He looked me dead in the eyes and said, I saw someone on board. I thought I did. We marked the coordinates, got back to base, and filed our logs. The next day, the boat was gone. We returned to the spot with better equipment, searched for hours. Nada. No evidence anything had ever been there. When I was a kid, we lived in a house with a basement that scared me. Nothing was wrong with it. It wasn't unfinished or gross. It didn't smell or have spider webs. It was just wrong. Like it had too much space where there shouldn't be any. The light switch was at the top of the stairs, but even with it on, it never really lit up the room all the way. There was this corner you couldn't see unless you went all the way down, and I hated that. I'd run down, grab whatever my mom asked for, and run back up, my heart pounding the whole time. But the really weird thing is, I don't remember it being as scared when she was there. This woman in the corner. I'd see her out of the corner of my eye standing by the shelves. Sometimes she'd hum. I remember that part clearly. this soft little tune I never recognized. I never told my parents about her. I think I thought that everyone had someone like that in their basement. Years later, after we'd moved out, I finally brought it up. My mom got quiet and said, "You know, you used to hum a tune in your sleep sometimes. I always thought it was something you made up." I didn't. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Not in a cynical, prove-it-to-me kind of way. I just never really thought about it much. I work in HR, I drink too much coffee, I spend most of my day answering emails and wondering how my inbox is somehow always full. This event happened maybe 2 years ago. I had just started a new job working in a converted historic building downtown. It was neat with its high ceilings, exposed brick, lots of character. It used to be a post office in the early 1900s, and before that, apparently a courthouse or jail, depending on which hallway plaque you believe. I stayed late my second week on the job to finish some onboarding paperwork. Everyone else had cleared out by 5, but I wanted to get ahead. Around 6:30, I was the only one left, sitting at my desk on the 3rd floor, the only light on in the entire wing. It was quiet except for the hum of the exit sign and the occasional creak of the old building itself. But I heard footsteps, not above or below, but on my floor, coming down the hallway, slow and deliberate. I figured it was maintenance or security, but then I remembered the security guy came through right before 5. And there's no cleaning staff until after 9. I poked my head out and said, "Hey, sorry, didn't realize anyone was still here." No answer, just the footsteps continuing. So I followed them down the hallway. Empty office after empty office. No one there. The footsteps just stopped, mid-hallway. I stood there for a second, wondering if maybe the building's acoustics were playing tricks on me, when I felt something, just a shift in the air. Like someone was behind me. I turned around and caught a glimpse, just a flash, of someone stepping into one of the old mail sorting rooms. The door swung gently shut behind them, even though I hadn't heard it open. I went in, heart racing. The room was empty. I even checked behind the filing cabinets. Not a thing. When I told my coworker about it the next day, they just said, "Oh yeah, that wing's weird. The mailroom used to be part of the old jailhouse. They say one of the inmates died in there. Locked in overnight. Forgotten." I figured that was just office gossip, they said. Sure. I laughed it off, of course. Said it was probably just nerves, but I don't want to work late anymore. Not unless someone else is there. This is something that happened, and I still can't explain it. I was driving home from a weekend trip out in rural Pennsylvania. It was around 2 a.m., and I was stupidly trying to make it all the way home in one stretch. The roads were pitch black, with no streetlights, barely any cell service, just trees and empty highway. At one point, I started getting that tunnel vision feeling. Heavy eyes, brain foggy. I knew I needed to pull over, but I kept telling myself just 10 more minutes. I remember looking at the clock, 2:17, and that's when I heard it. Clear as day, a woman's voice, soft but urgent, right next to my ear in the passenger seat. "Stop the car." I slammed on the brakes without thinking. My heart was racing. I looked over. No one there, obviously. My headlights lit up the road just ahead, and that's when I saw it. A massive tree had fallen across both lanes, fresh, bark still breaking off. No reflectors, no warnings. If I hadn't stopped right then, I would have hit it, going 60 miles an hour. I sat there for a long time, just staring, shaking, trying to process what had just happened. I eventually called 911 once I got enough signal. They sent someone out, and the officer told me that they'd just gotten another call from someone who did crash into that same tree from the opposite direction. Minor injuries, thank God. I never figured out what that voice was. No radio on, the windows were up, and I wasn't dreaming. I was driving, fully awake after that moment especially. I don't hear voices, typically, and I don't really believe in ghosts. At least, I didn't. But that voice saved my life, no doubt in my mind. So, whatever or whoever you were, thank you. I don't know if what I saw qualifies as a ghost, but it definitely wasn't anything I can explain, and I've never forgotten it. This happened a few years back when I was working the midnight shift at a correctional facility. Most nights were quiet, boring even. You spent a lot of time walking tiers, checking cells, making sure no one's where they shouldn't be. It gets repetitive, and after a while, you get used to the stillness of 2 or 3 a.m. It's usually the calmest time of night, but not that night. It was around 2 a.m. I was doing my usual walkthrough, about to hit one of the checkpoints on my round. I'd stepped into the tier when I noticed something at cell 12. Movement. At first, I thought it was just an inmate reaching out to get my attention. Pretty common, especially if someone wants meds or has a grievance. But as I got closer, I realized something was off. The hand that was reaching out wasn't just waving or tapping the bars. It was still, too still. Pale, long fingers stretched out through the bars like it was waiting for something. I slowed my pace, watching it as I moved down the tier. Then the arm started to extend, not in the normal way, like someone leaning further out. This was unnatural. The arm elongated, like it wasn't attached to bones or muscle. It just kept stretching, silently, until it reached the security phone mounted on the wall, at least 10 feet from the cell door. I froze. I was standing there, eyes locked on this thing, trying to make sense of it. My brain just couldn't compute what I was seeing. The way the arm moved was all wrong, and there was no sound, no struggle, just a slow, fluid motion, like watching a shadow glide across the wall. Then, just as slowly, the arm retracted, slid back into the cell. I don't remember feeling scared right away. It was more like complete disbelief, the kind that makes your whole body go cold. And then the fear crept in, slow and heavy. My hands were shaking. I backed away and grabbed my radio. I called into the tactical room and said, "I can't do my tour right now. You're going to think I've lost it, but I swear I just saw something." There was a short pause, and then my sergeant came over the radio. "You saw the arm, didn't you?" Just like that, calm, certain. And that's when I really lost my grip. I asked him what he meant, and he just said, "Come back to the office." I checked the log. Cell 12 was supposed to be empty. Had been for days. No one assigned, no one scheduled to move in. I walked back down the tier during daylight the next day just to be sure. The cell was locked, empty. I never got a straight answer about what my sergeant knew. He wouldn't talk about it again after that night, just shrugged it off any time I brought it up. But I know what I saw. And there was no inmate in that cell. And that arm, whatever it belonged to, it wasn't human. Not anymore. I never expected to inherit anything. But when my grandmother passed away, my mom asked if I'd mind going to her house and staying for a few weeks to help sort through some things. She lived alone in a small 2-bedroom place out in Pennsylvania. Quiet neighborhood, not much going on. But the house had that strange stillness that only homes filled with old memories seem to carry. I agreed, partly out of guilt, partly because I'd always loved her. She was the kind of grandmother who told bedtime stories with way too much detail and insisted you never go to bed angry. Her house always smelled like tea and wood polish. Even after she passed, that smell never left. The first few nights were uneventful. I spent my days boxing up her belongings, labeling old photo albums, and listening to the wind creak the porch swing. Nights were quiet out there. A little too quiet. I started sleeping with the door cracked open just to let in some light from the hallway. One night, maybe around 2 a.m., I woke up freezing. I hadn't realized how drafty the room got when the heat kicked off. My blanket had slipped down to my legs, and I was too groggy to do much about it. I rolled to my side, pulling it lazily back up to my chest. And just as I started to drift off again, I felt it. The blanket moved, not yanked, not kicked off, but pulled up gently from the bottom corner in a motion so smooth it stopped my breath. It slid all the way up to my chin and then lightly pressed my shoulders, as if someone had just tucked me in. My eyes shot open. I didn't move a muscle. I just stared at the ceiling. My heart was pounding. I was trying to convince myself I'd imagined it, but I hadn't. The blanket had been lifted, smoothed, placed around me with care. I didn't hear anything or see anything, but I felt it. The same way that you feel someone looking at you in a crowd, the way you just know when you're not alone. I whispered, "Grandma," before I could stop myself. All I heard was the sound of the house settling, but I slept through the rest of the night, warm, safe, as if whoever or whatever had done it had just wanted me to be comfortable. I stayed another week after that, and every night, without fail, my blanket seemed to stay exactly where it needed to be. My girlfriend, now my wife, was sleeping over at my place back when this happened. I was going through a stretch of pretty bad insomnia. No real reason for it. I just couldn't sleep more than a few hours at a time. And on this particular night, I was wide awake. It was probably around 2 or 3 in the morning. So the room was completely still. And there was just the faint hum of my computer. As my girl slept next to me, breathing steady, blanket half off, I was just lying there, staring up at the ceiling, when something fell off my desk across the room. I didn't hear it slide or shift, just clatter, sharp and sudden. It wasn't even that loud, but it felt weird, like it was meant to get my attention. The air changed in the room. You ever get that weird static feeling, like something feels wrong, but you just can't really explain it? That's what hit me. I pulled the blanket up over my face. I don't know why. I was a grown man hiding like a kid, but it was instinct. I kept telling myself it was probably just something small that had been precariously placed. Maybe a pen, a thumb drive. But then I heard breathing. It certainly wasn't my girlfriend's breathing. It was heavy and slow. Something was exhaling right in front of me. It wasn't across the room where the noise had come from. It was right at the edge of the bed. I could move, but I didn't. I was listening, heart pounding in my ears, as this breathing circled from the foot of the bed around to the side where I was laying. It was so close I could practically feel it on the blanket. It definitely wasn't my girlfriend. I could hear hers too, calm, rhythmic. Then, without warning, she stirred, shifted a bit, mumbled something. I stayed completely still under the covers, trying to listen past the sound of my own panic. She sat up and threw the blanket off, clearly about to get up and use the bathroom. I heard her feet touch the floor, and then she screamed. It wasn't startled or confused. It was pure terror. She backed up onto the bed so fast she almost knocked over the nightstand, already crying before I could even ask what happened. "There's a girl," she sobbed. "She's right there, sitting on the floor." My stomach dropped. I launched myself off the bed in a single move, straight for the light switch, and slammed it on. Of course, there was nothing there now, just an old hoodie crumpled near the foot of the bed that hadn't been there before, or maybe it had. I didn't know what was real at that point. I asked her what she saw. She said it looked like a little girl sitting in the fetal position, facing the floor. When she stepped towards her, the girl looked up, her eyes wide, like she was scared. And then she vanished. I told her about the breathing, how I'd heard it circling the bed just moments before. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We just sat there with the lights on, not really saying much. Every creak in the house made us flinch. We don't live there anymore. We never saw the girl again, but we both still think about it more than we care to admit. After my senior year of high school, I took an apprenticeship at a tattoo shop for the summer. When I called to ask about it, a guy named Jolly answered the phone, though he didn't sound very jolly at all. Most of the apprenticeship involved cleaning the shop, answering the phones, and practicing pulling my lines on fake skin. I'm pretty sure I tattooed over 1 million roses of all different styles and sizes. Jolly also was a lot nicer in person. Besides customers, he was usually the only one opening and closing the shop every day, so he was pretty stoked to have someone helping him, keeping him company. And to the man's credit, he didn't once try to get creepy with me. Jolly was always respectful, even threatened some guy who was coming in to get a chest piece done. It was going to be a $2,000 tattoo, one that Jolly tossed out of his shop to protect me from his harassment. That's why I never felt unsafe when he and I would be the only ones at the shop, hanging out after hours. While he looked through the bills and separated little piles of cash for them, I'd either be picking up or practicing. On a few of those kinds of nights, though, something would happen that really filled the remaining nights that I'd spend there with anxiety. It sank in my soul every time the sun set. Jolly wasn't too happy about the circumstances either, but he was able to maintain his composure way better than I could back then. We would hear the front door buzzer activate all the time, like a customer had walked in, but the shop would be empty when one of us would go check it out. A few times it happened while I was sitting behind the reception desk. I'd see the door physically open. There was never any winds or drafts pushing the air around inside. Jolly had already gone through all of the experiments trying to figure out why the anomaly would happen so often but sporadically, and only after the sun had set. That was just plain weird on its own, but what I thought was more unnerving about the whole thing was that the sensor that activated the bell was mounted just inside of the doorway, and the shop doors open out, meaning the door itself wasn't what would set it off. Someone would have to cross the threshold of the doorway to make it ding. But time and time again, the bell would sound and no one would be present. Jolly shared other little things that he'd seen happen around the shop since he bought the place. He had a record player in the corner that he'd rotate albums on throughout the day. He had a wall full of vinyls, a true collector, and his collection was extensive, but the only ones that he'd spin were old blues or jazz artists, saying that that was the only type of music that seemed to keep the place calm, settled. Any other type of music, he noticed it would stir up activity in the shop, and he didn't like dealing with that. Jolly didn't outright say that the building was haunted, but he also thought that talking about it could make it act up. It was part superstition and part first-hand experience that he kept these rules in the shop. Ignore the oddities, clean up anything that may have spilled over, and return to the task at hand. During the times that Jolly wasn't tattooing a customer, he was always up moving around, tinkering with things, really focusing on me with the fundamentals, more than he needed to. I was grateful to have so much of his attention to my progress, but it was probably the result of his insistence on staying mentally and physically distracted, trying to be too busy to bother. Not by me, but by the spirits, I guess. Even the age gap we shared, I tried to show empathy, told him something like how I could understand how he was going about it. Weirdly, the goal of being distracted from a scary world is what got me into drawing. Since I was young, art had always been there for me. It was my companion when I was lonely, the therapist I communicated my feelings to. Sometimes, staying distracted is all you can do. I started to get choked up at the end of telling him this, and I remember Jolly's expression never changing. Our age gap apparently was too wide for him to return the empathetic gesture. Again, Jolly wasn't a mean guy. He was, however, a grizzled, old Algerian biker guy with a bunch of sailor tattoos that he got from a lifetime of service in the military. He probably stopped feeling real human feelings long before I met him. I don't know how I expected him to react, and I guess I shouldn't have been surprised when he said, "What? I'm not a sad baby. I'm angry these duppies keep messing with the shop." If it's the first time you've heard that word, it sounds racist, doesn't it? It made me pause for a second, too, when I heard him yell it. I asked, "Duppies? Doopies?" And he goes, "Booze. People without a body." In West Africa, a duppy is what they call a ghost. Jolly never acted upset or scared, but the consistent bad juju he'd been dealing with since he'd opened the shop, it had really started to take a toll on him. I think he was embarrassed, too. He felt bad that it was making me nervous, and so now the disturbances were progressively making him more upset. The uptick in his anger seemed to do exactly what he didn't want it to do, and that was to increase the energy. He said that they'd eat negative energy. It's food to them. If that's true, Jolly was hosting a buffet almost every night in the month of August. Business wasn't great either. His tattoo shop was pretty far off the main road, so he hardly got any walk-in traffic. Only a handful when I was there. People asking for small American traditionals that they'd pick off the wall or names. These tattoos didn't make him a lot of money. Unfortunately, I think I met Jolly at a low point in his life. If there was any peace still left inside, the constant stress and gloom had calcified it. You could tell the fake smile he wore, it no longer did what he thought it did. His smile looked more like a wince while he grinded his teeth. The more time we spent together, the more he felt comfortable showing his true feelings. My apprenticeship was ending at the end of August anyway, and so I didn't let his moods affect me. Every time I tried to go in there with a goal to soak up as much hands-on knowledge as I could while simultaneously staying out of the way, and I did a relatively successful job at that. But I don't think that anything could have prepared us for what was to be my unofficial last day. Both of us were astutely aware of the growing tension inside the brick building. I think Jolly started associating me with the heightened energy, because as I did my best to stay out of his way, anything that would go wrong in the shop, he started blaming on me. I reminded him that his shop had been having problems well before I was there, and he would say, "Not like this. It wasn't like this until you came around." It hurt my feelings, and one night, a week shy of completing my apprenticeship, there was still a few hours left in the evening. Jolly had just finished up a client, and after they'd left, I was sanitizing the station and equipment. Jolly took off his gloves and went out back to smoke. I have my head down, focused on wiping and spritzing a vintage repurposed dentist chair, while I hear the front door slide open and the sensor chimed. I looked up, and standing in the doorway was a man with long gray dreadlocks. They reached past his shoulders. He was an elderly man, but he still looked to be in good health. He wore black pants with a silver wallet chain that hung low on his leg. He stepped maybe 3 feet inside and asked if Jolly was around. I told him he'd just stepped out, but he'll be back in a second. I asked if he wanted to schedule an appointment. I thought while we waited for Jolly, I could check the calendar for available dates. Though before retrieving the book with Jolly's schedule, I knew it was most likely going to be wide open, but I didn't want the customer to know that. For some reason, I thought that it would just look better as a business if it looked like you had something going on. It felt unprofessional to say, any day, any time, we'll be open, without even glancing at a calendar. I'm walking back toward the desk as I'm asking him this, and by the time I'm able to grab the book and pretend to flip through it, I'm still waiting for his reply, so I look up at him, but the shop is empty again. I don't think much of it. Maybe the guy changed his mind. I'd seen it happen before during my time there. Someone comes in, hears the whirl of needles, panics, and quickly reconsiders. A few minutes later, Jolly strolls back in. I tell him that someone came in asking for him, but I didn't get his name. He asks what they looked like, and I describe the man and say he had the same kind of tattoos that you do. There was one in particular that I described what it was and its placement because it was a very distinguishing tattoo on the side of his neck. It was an old Vegas slot machine, with 3 of the 4 spinning things having come to rest, but the first is still spinning. The ones that have stopped say UCK, and the one that's still spinning at the front is between the letters L and F. I thought it was clever when I saw it. My description of the man and his tattoo made Jolly say, What? Where did he go? I say he left just a little bit ago, and that sends Jolly running out the front doors and around the store searching for this person. When he came back into the store, he was out of breath, asked if I told the man that he was there. I say yes, thinking that this is a good thing, but it's seemingly like an act of betrayal. Jolly starts locking all of the doors, telling me to pull the window shades down because now I'm in danger too. Hearing him say that in his gruff accent sends a burst of fright through my body. Thinking the windows were about to be blown out by gunfire or something, I get on my hands and knees and crawled into the back area. Eventually, Jolly met me back there with my purse and my coat, handing them to me, telling me to leave immediately. I started crying, begging him not to throw me out there. I was terrified he was going to show up before I could make it to my car. Jolly tossed my stuff on the table next to me and then told me that I wasn't safe where I was anymore, but I was still too afraid to move. I was crying hysterically, but as quiet as I could, whisper screaming at him to please let me stay. Then he raised his voice over my tearful hiss and tried to explain to me in the best way that he could why it was better that I left. The man that I'd met was named Calvin Northman. He and Jolly were shipmates, but not in the military. Jolly used to own a fishing boat that he and 3 other men worked on. Him, Calvin, and 2 other guys. Something happens to Calvin on one of their fishing trips. He was accused of stealing by one of the other men. Things get out of hand, and Calvin gets ran through with a harpoon, in the front, out the back. They're miles from land, and as the 3rd guy's trying to keep Calvin conscious, the guy that did the impaling has his hands on his head, staring down at the blood and seawater washing over his feet, and he allows what he's done to sink in. When it does, in another act of sudden brutality, the man grabbed onto the metal chains of one of the big hooks that they use to pull the nets of fish in. It's not too sharp, but the end was still at a pointed tip. He used the metal chains and hoisted himself up, climbing the lever until he was just over the water and far enough that his head was above the hook, and then he could let go of the chain. The hook went through the soft part of his jaw, and his body swung over the waves. Jolly and the other man could only watch in horror as their comrade hanging with the hook through his face didn't die instantly. Instead, they were forced to listen to his gurgled, agonizing screams echo off the metal as he hung off the side of the boat. Then, Jolly described how the man used his hands to almost push the hook into his head, like he was pushing his body weight down until the hook went through enough skin for him to detach and fall into the ocean. With Calvin still barely alive, Jolly keeps the boat pushing forward, but Calvin dies before they can get there. I said, "Died?" "No, I swear he was right there," pointing at the entrance of the shop. He said that Calvin was angry that they couldn't save him, that they didn't protect him while he was alive. He came to Jolly in dreams. The night after his death was the first time he'd seen him, and ever since, Jolly had been living with a sense of unrest every day afterward, fearful that that would be the day Calvin took his vengeance. Adding, even the crewmate that was down there the whole time trying to save Calvin, he wasn't spared. He died a year later. A 34-year-old man, strong, healthy, died of a heart attack. Jolly said the only way a man like that could die that way is if he was scared to death. After saying all of this, Jolly again asks, demands that I get my stuff and that I go. I could hear the sincerity in his voice. He really didn't want whatever was coming for him to also come after me. I did as he begged me to do, leave and never come back. When he'd said it, I thought, no way. Even if I do leave, I'm coming back. But I never went back to the shop. I didn't say goodbye. I didn't collect my final drawings or thank Jolly for everything he taught me. I just left. And for a long time, I felt guilty about that. I still do sometimes. But some things are bigger than closure. I don't know if Calvin ever came back again after that night, or if Jolly's still in that shop spinning records, waiting for the next door chime. I only know that when I think about that summer, I don't remember the flash of the machines or the smell of the green soap. I remember the sound of that bell, echoing through an empty room. And I remember the way Jolly looked at me, like he already knew how his story ended. We were living in Western Massachusetts at the time, in an old house, really old, built before 1865. My bedroom had a door that led directly into my sister's room, a leftover feature from when the house was originally divided differently. One night I woke up needing to use the bathroom. It was sometime after midnight, and the house was quiet in that thick, muffled way that old houses get when everyone's asleep. I sat up, groggy, and glanced toward my sister's room, just out of habit. And that's when I saw something. There was a figure standing at the end of her bed. Still, silent. It was watching her. My first thought was fear. I figured it was a trick of the dark, or maybe I had sleep in my eyes. I didn't move. I was afraid. I just closed my eyes and rubbed them, telling myself it would be gone when I looked again. But it wasn't. When I opened my eyes again, the figure was still there. Clearer this time. I could see the outline of shoulders, the shape of a head. It definitely wasn't my sister. It wasn't anyone I recognized. Something about the way it stood. It wasn't threatening, but it wasn't right either. I stood up and said, "Hey," just loud enough to cut through the quiet. And I swear to you, it turned to look at me, and it looked surprised. Not menacing, not ghostly or even demonic, just genuinely startled. Like it didn't expect me to see it. But then it moved, quickly, silently, stepping out of view toward the hallway that led to the upstairs landing. I crossed into my sister's room, and the room was empty. Besides her, sleeping, completely undisturbed. I moved out into the hallway, half expecting that to be empty too. But it wasn't. Our dog was sitting there, just past the doorway. She wasn't barking or growling. She was staring down the hallway, ears up, head tilted the way dogs do when they're confused. She didn't move until I touched her. And just like that, it was gone. Whatever it was, it never came back. I've tried rationalizing it a dozen different ways. Sleep hallucination, shadows, a dream. But I was awake. And I've never forgotten the look on that thing's face when it realized I could see it. That wasn't a dream. That was someone or something just passing through. Last year, I took a temp job doing data entry for a logistics company downtown. It wasn't glamorous. Gray cubicles, bad coffee, flickering fluorescent lights. But it did pay well, especially if you picked up night shifts. Most people avoided them, but I didn't mind the quiet. The office was mostly empty after 9 p.m. Just me, a security guard I never saw, and a janitor who listened to old country music through a single earbud. I really did like it at first. Peaceful. No one stopping by your desk, no meetings, no small talk, just spreadsheets and the soft hum of the vending machines. The first odd thing I noticed was the computer. It always took forever to boot up, but not just slow, uneven, like the screen flickered a little too long, or some old window would flash open, vanish, right before the login screen came up. Just a blink, like someone had been using it and forgot to close something. Then one night, I logged in and a single message was waiting in the internal chat system. We used it for things like IT tickets or shift notes, but this one didn't make sense. Lights off tonight? ? That's all it said. No timestamp or name. I assumed it was from the janitor, maybe about the overheads. I didn't answer, I just kept working. A few nights later, another message. Lights off, please? ? And this one made me pause. I don't know why. Maybe it was the please. I checked the directory. Nothing. I checked the chat logs. Blank. It was like it had vanished. But it was there. I even asked the overnight IT guy if there were server issues. He shrugged and said, if you're seeing old files pop up, it's probably just ghost data. Happens sometimes when they don't scrub user profiles right. But I was using a brand new login. My credentials had just been issued. And perhaps more importantly, my machine was new. One night around 2 a.m., I caught movement on the edge of my screen. Just a flicker in the reflection, like someone was passing behind me. I turned around quickly, but it was an empty row. All the chairs were tucked in, monitors dark. The janitor's music was still faintly playing from somewhere down the hall. I told myself it was nothing. Lack of sleep or eye strain, probably. But the very next night, I sat down and I found a photo on my keyboard. Black and white, grainy. Looked like a still from a security camera. My cubicle from behind. In the photo, I was sitting at my desk, alone. Except I wasn't. There was a blur in the background, just behind the glass divider. Human-shaped, but wrong. No details. Just a smudge of something that shouldn't have been there. I didn't tell anyone. I packed up my things and left the building before my shift was over. I sent an email the next morning saying I wouldn't be returning. Even still, I don't know what's creepier, the figure from the photo, or the fact that the photo was on my keyboard. When I was little, I had a friend who lived in the hallway. That's what I told my parents anyway. They thought I meant an imaginary friend, so they just smiled and played along. But she wasn't imaginary. She was there. She never talked. I never even saw her clearly, just glimpses. A flash of white near the door, a soft giggle down the hallway. And she would communicate with me. It just wasn't with words. Once I saw fingers curling around the edge of the wall, like she was playing hide and seek. I thought I was clever and called her Holly because she lived in the hallway and I was 5. She liked toys. I'd set them up in the living room and then I'd go to the kitchen. When I came back, they'd be moved, rearranged into new stories, like someone had been continuing the game while I was gone. My dolls would be lined up in rows, blocks stacked in shapes that I didn't build. I remember waking up once in the middle of the night and seeing one of my stuffed animals slowly rolling across the floor. I just whispered, "You can play with them while I'm asleep." And then I rolled over. I was never scared of her. She felt safe, like she was always keeping me company, even when I was alone. When I turned 7, we moved to a new house. I asked if Holly could come too. My mom said, maybe she already has a home. She didn't come with us, but sometimes I wonder if she's still there. I was working late one night with my research team. Nothing unusual for us. Deadlines, experiments, broken equipment, take your pick. Around 1 a.m., we realized that we were missing a key piece of gear, one that we'd left in our lab across campus. Someone had to go grab it. And lucky me, I drew the short straw. I threw on my jacket and started the walk across campus. Virginia Tech is beautiful at night, quiet, still, but I couldn't help but feel uneasy. The lab we use is in Norris Hall. If you know the name, you know why. Norris was the site of one of the deadliest school shootings in U.S. history. 32 people were murdered that day. 31 of them died in that building, on the same floor as our lab. They've remodeled since then, of course. Fresh paint, new doors, a reworked layout. But if you know, you know. The walls, don't forget. I tried to keep my head down as I unlocked the side door and slipped inside. The hallway lights always hummed, and it was cold. It had that clinical brightness that somehow makes a place feel more empty. Our lab is at the far end of the hall, tucked in the corner. I walked fast. The whole time I had this buzzing in my gut, like I wasn't alone. I told myself it was just nerves, the hour, the history. Get in, grab the equipment, get out. I just turned to leave when the door to the lab swung shut behind me, hard. At first, I figured that it was just the old building playing games, a faulty hinge, air pressure. I jiggled the handle, nothing, locked, dead stuck. And that's when the panic started to creep in. Not full-blown, but just enough to set your teeth on edge. I reached for my phone, flipped on the flashlight, and texted the group. Doors jammed. Can someone come back and let me out? Before they could respond, the lights cut out. And I mean all of them. Overhead, emergency, everything. 1 second I was standing in a sterile white lab. The next, total darkness. That's when I felt a hand, not grabbing me or shoving, just touching. 2 fingers pressed softly against my lips. It's that unmistakable shh gesture. I felt my whole body just lock up. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I don't even remember thinking. Just that cold pressure against my mouth and the overwhelming sense that I was reliving something. Like someone else had crouched in this very room, in the dark, begging the world to stay quiet. My phone buzzed. Someone from the group had arrived. I scrambled to the door again, and this time it opened without resistance. Just opened. No jam, no lock. It had never been stuck in the first place, it seemed. They found me, white as a sheet, shaking, still clutching the equipment that I'd gone to retrieve. I tried to explain, but how do you put that into words without sounding insane? I really tried to avoid Norris alone after that, especially at night. There's a part of me that still wonders what exactly happened in that moment. If something trapped me there, or if something was trying to protect me. Maybe it was one of the students. Maybe someone who didn't make it out. Maybe someone who still remembers what it was like to hide in the dark, praying for silence. Growing up, my family always felt watched. Not in the typical paranoid kid in the dark way. I mean, all of us. My dad, my siblings, even myself. We've all seen something. Or someone. A tall, dark figure that would appear at random and always vanish just as quickly. It wasn't until I got older that I started putting the pieces together, especially after something my dad once said. It's always followed your mom. And that stuck with me, because after my parents divorced, we spent less time with our mom, and none of us saw it again. My mom, though, she never talks about it. She shuts down completely when the subject comes up, tightens her jaw, looks away, changes the subject. My dad's mentioned it only a handful of times, and even then, never in detail. But I remember him telling me once that I used to talk to it when I was little. He'd hear me in my room having full conversations, and when he asked who I was talking to, I'd say, the tall man. Apparently, that was a regular occurrence. My brother had his own issues with it too. When we lived in an apartment years ago, he refused to use the bathroom at night, said he saw something standing in the corner more than once. At first, my parents thought that he was just scared of the dark, but it got to the point where he'd hold it until the morning. I remember hearing him cry once because he was too scared to go in, even with the lights on. For me, the worst moment came during what I now know as sleep paralysis. I was maybe 8. I woke up in the middle of the night, completely frozen. I couldn't speak, couldn't move, just stuck there with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling. And there it was, not standing in the corner, but pressed against the ceiling, like it was defying gravity. Its back was flat to the surface, limbs fully spread out. Its head was looking down towards me, as if it was waiting for me to notice it. It didn't move. It didn't have to. Just the sight of it, up there, watching. It was enough to burn the memory into my brain like a brand. I didn't sleep in that room again for weeks. Years later, after the divorce, I went a long time without anything strange happening. That weird pressure in the air, the feeling that something was in the room just behind you, it was gone. I figured maybe it had moved on. Maybe it had always been tied to that house or that apartment or whatever. But then it happened again. Not long ago, I was visiting my mom at my aunt's house. While walking through the house, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. There's a set of stairs off the side of the living room, and I saw something, tall and dark, walk halfway up, then stop, then turn and walk back down. The view was partially blocked by the railing, so I didn't get a clear look, but it was there. I know it was. Later that same day, my aunt mentioned that she'd seen a shadow behind her, on that same staircase the same time of day. She said it like she was trying to laugh it off, but the look in her eyes was uneasy, like it had rattled her more than she was letting on. I don't know if it's the same thing. I don't know if it's following me, or if it ever truly left. But I can't shake the feeling that it's tied to something bigger, something connected to my mom, maybe even something older than any of us realize. She won't talk about it. My dad barely does. And as for me, I try not to think about it without much success. And even all these years later, I'll still check the ceiling sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, just in case. When I was a kid, maybe 5 or 6, I used to talk to someone in my closet. Not like an imaginary friend. At least, that's not what it felt like. I never gave him a name, and he never came out during the day. He would just talk to me at night. Always just a soft whisper from behind the closed door. Nothing scary, really. Just little things like, "It's okay," or "Don't be afraid." I remember asking him once why he stayed in there. He said, "Because I can't leave." Eventually we moved, and I didn't think about it again for years. Fast forward to last Thanksgiving, I was visiting my parents and going through some old boxes in the attic. I find this big envelope filled with papers, a small photo album from our old house. Inside was an old newspaper clipping. A boy, age 7, had died in the home before we'd bought it. He was found in the closet, hiding. I didn't say anything to my parents, just quietly slipped the photo back into the box. My older sister has a ghost that's followed her around for years. She's never been the type to scare easily. She shrugs it off, calls it her ghost, like it's some stray cat that won't leave her alone. But I lived with her for 3 months once. And let me tell you, there was something in that house, and it did not like me being there. Weird things happened constantly. I'd go to bed knowing that every door was locked, every light switch off. But in the morning, the back door would be wide open, lights buzzing, the kettle hissing with steam, like someone had just boiled water, but never poured it. One night, we were getting ready to go out, and I borrowed her liquid foundation, used it, and put it back where she kept her makeup. 10 minutes later, she's asking for it, and it's just gone. She accused me of taking it. Wouldn't hear a word of my protests and made me buy her a new one. A year later, when she was packing to move, she found it, tucked inside a shoebox, with some old letters. The shoebox was zipped up in a suitcase, shoved deep under her bed. And that freaked me out. But the worst, the moment that really got me, it was the only time that I was completely alone in the house. That almost never happened. There was always at least 4 people around. I'd just gotten home from work, headed straight to the bathroom, locked the door. The house was silent, every window shut, every door latched. I was standing there, leaning into the mirror, fingers pressing into my chin to pop a pimple when, "Stop picking your zits." A woman's voice, clear, amused, right outside the bathroom door. I froze, and my heart stuttered in my chest, but my brain did the dumb thing and assumed it was my sister. I laughed, told her to fuck off, asked what she wanted for dinner. Silence. I stepped into the hall. No one there. The air felt thick, charged, kind of like the moment before a thunderstorm. I checked every room. I checked under the beds, in closets, even behind the goddamn shower curtain. I was alone. I grabbed my keys and sat on the front porch until someone else came home. Threads like this make me wish my sister was on Reddit, because God, she has some seriously fucked up stories. The upper half of our restaurant is an absolute pain in the ass for seeing people out of the corner of your eye. Every time I'm up there, there'll be somebody walking past just the edge of your vision, or the oppressive sensation of someone standing directly in front of you while you're cleaning a table and suddenly vanishing when you look. As far as I'm aware, they've never done anything more than lurk. No one's ever heard voices or felt a physical touch, so we mostly just accept it as an irritation and get on with it. Multiple people have said that there's a brunette woman in a yellow dress and a man in tweed, the one who stands and waits awkwardly, as if he's waiting to be served. People say there's a little girl who runs around in the cellar. That's bullshit. I think it's made up to scare newbies. But the rest, it's true, at least according to some people. A few years ago, I worked in a military prison. Our hours were 24-hour shifts that consisted of shared downtimes, sleep between that shift. One stays awake for half the time, the other sleeps half, then switches halfway through that night. I've been working at this prison for a while by this point, and I was currently working in our special quarters. Our SQ was just a long loop with all of the cells on the inside of the loop. Every 15 minutes, I have to do a health and comfort check and basically walk by each cell, making sure the inmates are alive, healthy. Every cell has a security light, so even at nighttime, the cells are never truly dark so that we can see inside. One specific inmate I remember was in special quarters because he was mentally not all there. His favorite thing to do was draw, scream all day, pee outside of the cell, and sleep. One day we had to do a cell extraction on him because he was clawing at his gums with his fingernails and using the blood to draw symbols all over the cell walls. Medical was looking at him on the spot while I was going through his cell to check for contraband. Looking through his drawings, he would always make childlike sketches of him playing games with his brother in a creepy shadow silhouette of a person. His name was written over the drawing of himself, his brother's over his, and dark one over the shadowy one. Cheesy, I know. While looking through the drawings, he looks through the cell doors and says to me, "He doesn't like you being in there." I suddenly felt the hair raise on my arms, and I walked right out. Keep in mind, I'm regularly told this weird stuff by the inmate, and it never bothers me or any seasoned officer, except this one time. Fast forward a couple weeks, it's probably around 2 a.m. I'm fully awake while my partner is asleep. During every 15-minute check, I noticed that every cell's security light was on as normal. Otherwise, I'd have to write a report about it. I was sitting in the little cell that we use for our food for the day, eating, when all of a sudden, I hear this extremely loud screaming. I could not make out what the screaming was or what even language it was, but my arm hairs raised again, and I ran to find the source. Every single inmate was sound asleep, but what caught my attention was the strange inmate's security light was out. There's no way that they would be able to mess with those lights, the way that they're installed. I quickly yelled to the other officers in the other bays if they heard that screaming, thinking maybe it came from one of their bays. Not one of the others heard the screaming. I was the only one. Strange inmate had moved. That cell was empty. Since that day, I always requested to never be posted in there again. Even though it was one of the most sought-after posts, I couldn't do it. This happened when my entire family was downstairs watching TV, except for my sister, who's non-ambulatory due to a developmental disability. My sister was asleep in her room, directly above the room that we were all in. First, we heard a loud bang, as if she fell out of bed. We all looked at each other, and then muted the TV. That's when we all heard a voice, so similar to hers I'd sworn it was her. It called out, "Help, Mom, help." We all ran upstairs. We opened her bedroom door to see that she was asleep, safely in her bed. Nothing on the floor, even though we had heard something fall directly above us. No idea who was calling for us that night. That's only one of many weird stories over the years. There was constant activity in that house. This happened about 2 years ago. I was standing in my kitchen waiting for the coffee to finish brewing, completely alone in the house. No TV, no music, no pets. Just me and the comforting sound of the coffee maker. And out of nowhere, I felt 3 taps, hard taps, right on my left shoulder. Not a brush. This wasn't some vague sensation that I could just shrug off. These were firm, deliberate taps, the kind someone would give to get your attention, urgent even. I turned around so fast, I nearly dropped the mug in my hand, but there was no one there. I stood there for what felt like minutes, just staring at the empty space behind me, trying to rationalize it. Maybe something dropped on me. Nothing on the floor. No falling object. It wasn't a muscle spasm. It was too human. I don't know what it was, but I know what I felt. And ever since that moment, I've believed that whatever was on the other side, it can reach through. Sometimes it wants you to know it's there. A friend of mine lived in this really old building, a real relic, built sometime in the early 1800s in a tiny Texas town that looked like it hadn't changed much since. His apartment was upstairs with businesses below. The whole place had originally been some kind of small factory, but over the years it had been chopped up, repurposed into modern living spaces. Of course, modern is a stretch. There were plenty of reminders that this place wasn't originally meant to be lived in. The weirdest one, the small door in the closet that led to, well, nothing really. Just an odd, empty space between the walls, like a forgotten gap in the architecture. It didn't seem to serve a purpose, except for occasionally blowing itself open with an icy draft, which he chalked up to bad remodeling. And that's the same reasoning he used for the noises that he'd sometimes hear from behind it. Soft rustling, quiet thuds. The kind of thing you hear and convince yourself that it's just the building settling, even when it doesn't quite sound like that. And then there were the windows. They'd be open, randomly, not just the ones that he and his girlfriend had opened, but others, ones that neither of them had touched. He'd come home and find them open, close them, and then later they'd be open again. At first he figured that the latches were old and loose, maybe weak enough to give way over time. It was weird, sure, but not enough to lose sleep over. That changed the day that he stayed home from work. He was in the kitchen when he heard it. Click. The unmistakable sound of a window latch popping open. Then another. Then another, one after the other, moving in a line across the apartment, as if someone was walking through the living room, unlatching them, one by one. And then, all at once, they swung open, every single one. He grabbed his keys and left, no hesitation. Spent the rest of the day somewhere, anywhere else. When he came back that weekend, he tried to find some kind of logical explanation, checking the latches, looking for drafts, anything that could have caused it. Everything seemed normal. For a while, nothing weird happened again. Then, a month later, his girlfriend stayed home alone. She called him, freaking out, saying that it had just happened to her. The windows, one after the other, and then all of them at once. At that point, they both just accepted it. The windows were weird. The building was weird. Maybe the whole town was weird. Whatever, it wasn't dangerous, right? And then they got the dog. It was a puppy, stupidly happy, always running around, chewing on stuff it wasn't supposed to, doing all the things puppies do. But there were moments, specific moments, when all of that stopped. Whenever the closet door blew open or the windows unlatched, the puppy would freeze. It would stop playing, stop wagging its tail, just go completely still. And then it would watch something. Its eyes would lock onto a point in the room where, as far as they could tell, there was nothing. And then, without breaking focus, its gaze would slowly track across the space, like it was following someone moving through the apartment. They never saw anything, never heard anything, but the dog did. And after the third or fourth time it happened, they decided they weren't going to wait around to figure out what it was that was watching. They moved out. No second thoughts, no regrets, just gone. The ambulance company I used to work for had a haunted ambulance, Rig 12. A lot of EMTs had their own stories about it, mostly involving weird noises coming from the patient compartment or the electronics going haywire. I never put much stock into paranormal stuff in general, but my experience was with my partner and I, and it was in Rig 12, posted in a rural community around 3 a.m. It was pitch dark and dead quiet. We were both dozing up in the cab. I was in the driver's seat and she was in the passenger seat. I woke up to a muffled voice. I initially thought my partner was trying to talk to me. I told her I was trying to sleep. I rolled over toward the window and closed my eyes again. Then I distinctly heard a male voice say, "Oh my God, am I dying?" Followed by what sounded like heavy breathing for a couple of seconds and then complete silence. My partner and I both sat straight up and looked back into the patient compartment where it sounded like it came from. It was quiet for a couple of seconds. Then we heard the click of an oxygen bottle regulator and hissing like it was leaking. I turned on the compartment lights and we both piled out of the rig. Initially, I thought a transient may have climbed in the back while we were asleep, was messing with stuff. So we walked around the back of the rig, opened up the back doors. No one was back there. I checked both oxygen bottles. Neither were opened. Needless to say, we kept the lights on in the rig and didn't sleep much after that. I don't know if I believe in hauntings, but I guess it would make sense for an ambulance to be haunted. Rig 12 had been in service with various agencies for over a decade. It'd probably seen its fair share of patients die in the back. I rode in it a couple of shifts after that, but nothing else strange happened that I can recall. The house I grew up in was haunted. The way it was laid out, I could see my bedroom down the hall and into the living room. My parents' bedroom door was on the other side of the living room, directly across from my door. Late at night, I would hear someone pacing circles in the living room, but I was the only one awake in the house. We didn't have pets. I never said anything because I didn't want the family to think I was nuts. Eventually, I moved out and went to college. After I graduated, I was in a rough spot, financially. My parents had bought a new house. The old one was still empty. They were considering getting renters. They offered it to me to stay for a while. I said no, I didn't want to move in. Mom asked why. I finally gave in and told her that I thought there was a ghost. My mom froze, turned to look at me, and was like, "You hear her too." Turns out she'd also heard it for years and also seen something, but she didn't say anything for the same reason. I was at my friend's parents' house for their annual party. This party has happened every year for 20-ish years and sees many friends and families come and go. Their house is relatively old, built in the 1910s or 20s, and they have stories about resident ghosts, but they're always considered friendly. Before the party was really underway, I was outside with my friend's boyfriend, and this was his first time at the party. I was maybe 10, 15 feet in front of him, drawing on the sidewalk. We were facing each other, but not talking or anything. There was no one outside except for a small group of people loudly talking, maybe a block away. I very clearly heard a loud whisper, "Hi," in my left ear. It was a loud whisper, like when loud people try to whisper and it comes out breathy but still loud. I felt that warm breath, and my hair even moved by my ear. I turned to look at who was behind me, and there was no one. As I'm very confused, looking to see who whispered, my friend's boyfriend shoots up and starts power walking towards me, and he asks, "Did you hear that?" He also heard the whisper. It was also right in his ear, except for him, it was his right ear, which means the whisper came from the same direction as I experienced it, since we were facing each other. He thought that it was my friend messing with him, but there was no one outside with us. We both looked around to see if someone had hid, but there was no way. We've decided that it was maybe a ghost of the house or maybe one of the ghosts of a friend who used to attend the party. We've had a few pass on who used to be fixtures at the event. Either way, they were just saying hi. My stepdad told me this story about accidentally smoking someone's ashes when he was in high school. He told me for about a week he would have fucked up visions of an old man who'd stand at the end of his bed glaring down at him. The friend he smoked the ashes with had the exact same scary visions too, of the scary old man in his room, but the friend recognized the haunting figure as his grandfather. It was his remains that they had smoked, and it didn't seem like he appreciated it at all, because my dad and my dad's friend shared equally hellish weeks in their own way that they attributed to the haunting. The home my dad was living in became infested with little tiny gnat bugs. His buddy's house smelled like death. He couldn't leave the house without his clothes absolutely reeking of it. His gym clothes smelled better, so he'd change in the locker room right when he'd get to school. My dad, on the other hand, had to twirl around and shake it out of his hair every time he left the house, just to get the tiny bugs off. And even after all his efforts, they still managed to get into his car, and they'd fly around as he drove. Simultaneously, my dad's skin became incredibly itchy. He developed rashes all over his body. He didn't stop scratching them, and he still has scars from the damage that he inflicted on himself. While he's scratching his skin off, his friend started losing clumps of his hair. He had long, shaggy, blonde surfer guy hair, and by the end of the week, it looked like he'd gone through chemotherapy. It eventually grew back, but it took years to get it to where it was. It wasn't until the next weekend when they could get together again, trade stories, and agree to go apologize to the urn. All of this was his friend's fault. The nasty bastard stashed his bag of weed in his grandpa's urn, trying to hide it. The baggie was opened. The weed had fallen into the ashes. Weed was hard to come by back then, so not wanting to waste a single nug, he fingered through the ashes and picked out the nugs. Without even blowing on them, he tossed them into a Ziploc. The nugs were caked in ashes, but it looked all the same, grinded up, stuffed in a doobie. His friend didn't bother telling him what had happened until after their horrendous week had ended and they could hang out again. I don't know. I think it's all pretty nasty, and I would never talk to this dude again. But that bonkersness somehow didn't affect their friendship. They're friends to this day. Like, I even know this guy. His name's Cooper. I didn't know this story about him, and I might start looking at him differently after this, but all around. He's a decent guy. When I was 15, a long time ago, as I'm 60 now, I was growing up in a tiny village called New Galloway in the wilds of southwest Scotland. One evening, I was walking back from a friend's house when I noticed that the lights were on in the old reading room, a building at least 300 years old. Back then, it was used for carpet bowl games, but I knew that it was the wrong night for that. It should have been shut, yet as I walked closer, I could hear people talking, laughing, the sounds of a game in full swing. Curious and a bit puzzled, I went through the gate and up to the door. Oddly, it was locked. I walked around the side and peered through the window and froze. The room was completely dark and empty. No people, no lights. My heart started racing. I couldn't believe what I just heard. As I stood there trying to make sense of it all, I heard a laugh. Low, chilling, unmistakably sinister. Yet no one was there. In that moment, fear took over, and I ran like hell. I'd never been so terrified in my life. Even now, as an old man, I can say with certainty that laugh was pure evil. I hope I never hear anything like that again. Later, I found out the grim history behind that building. Years earlier, the caretaker had hanged himself from one of the rafters. His body was discovered when people arrived for their weekly bowls game. Even now, I still have nightmares about that night. A buddy and I were driving through some Texas back roads late one night. It was raining hard, one of those steady downpours where the windshield wipers can barely keep up, and everything outside the headlights turns into a black, shifting blur. Out there aren't streetlights, just stretches of empty road, scattered farmhouses spaced miles apart, open land as far as the eye can see, if you could see anything at all through the rain. We had to slow way down just to stay on the road, creeping along with only the occasional fence line or mailbox breaking up the nothingness. And that's when we saw her. She was walking along the side of the road. Nothing remarkable about her, just a woman, dressed for the weather, head down against the rain, but she was out in the middle of nowhere. And that didn't make any sense. No car nearby, no houses within at least 2 miles. I pointed her out, but my buddy had already seen her. I could tell by the way that he was tightening his grip on the wheel that he was nervous. "Should we stop?" I asked. He didn't answer right away, just kept driving, fingers tapping the steering wheel, like he was weighing something in his head. Finally, he shook his head. "I don't know, man. That's weird." And I agreed it was weird, but that was exactly why we should stop, right? If she was out there in the middle of nowhere in the pouring rain, something must have gone wrong. Maybe her car broke down. Maybe she'd gotten lost. Whatever the reason, she had to be freezing, drenched. But my buddy was uneasy, and since he was driving, he kept going. Still, it nagged at me. Something about it felt off. After a minute, I convinced him to turn around, just to check. We'd gone barely a couple 100 feet before he pulled a slow U-turn, the tires kicking up water. We drove back, high beams on, scanning the road, the ditches, the fields beyond the fences. She wasn't there. The road was empty, just a stretch of wet pavement disappearing into the dark. We slowed even more, brights cutting across the fields. Nothing, no movement. No sign that anyone had been there at all. "She must have cut through to a house or something," my buddy muttered. But he didn't sound convinced. Neither was I. Because there was nowhere to go. The fields were wide open, flat, and muddy as hell. If she'd walked through, there'd be tracks. And even if she had, Where was the house? The nearest one was miles up the road. We sat there for a minute, rain hammering on the roof, wipers squeaking against the glass. Eventually, my buddy exhaled sharply, shook his head. Let's just go. Neither of us said much the rest of the way home. I work at a cemetery, which already makes for some quiet, strange nights. A few months back, I stayed late after everyone else had gone to catch up on some paperwork. The sun had just set, and the office building was completely locked up. Gates shut, doors bolted, lights low. I was sitting at my desk taking photos of some granite samples, so I'd have them on my phone for reference later. I remember it was so still that night you could hear the hum of the vending machine in the hallway, and that was it. Until I heard something else, the heavy basement door. One of those solid wood ones that always sticks a little. It swung open hard enough to hit the wall, and then it slammed shut. A second later, I heard footsteps going down the basement stairs. My first thought was that someone from maintenance had come back. Hello? My voice echoed through the empty hall. I heard the footsteps coming back from the basement, and the door slamming shut. I called out again. Still, nothing. I worked up the nerve to stand up and look down the hall, but it was empty. I walked to the basement door, opened it enough to look down. It was pitch black. After closing the door, I looked around, out in the parking lot, back of the building. Nothing. When I came back to my desk, I checked all the doors again. They were still locked from the inside. To this day, I have no idea what I heard. But now if I ever have to stay late, I try to make sure I'm out before the sun goes down. So my son is 8 and has been seeing these energy shadow beings. He called them demons at first because they were ugly. No one looking exactly the same. But they're not harming him, more so helping him. He says they watch him when he sleeps, 2 in the same place every night. He explains them as having a cold rush of air when they pass by him, and when many are around, it makes the room very cold. He'll have constant, vivid dreams where they communicate with him, not with words. They make a noise, he said, that sounds like when you spin a stick fast in the air. Sometimes they whisper. His dreams often have pyramids, the moon, and the all-seeing eye in them. These experiences of his seem to be getting stronger and stronger. Sometimes they lead him places particularly dark or shady, as they don't like bright lights, most of them, he says, and they're very active at night. The thing is, he's blind, and when he feels their energy, he can focus and tell what they look like in his head. These beings don't like bad energy. They hate his brother, apparently, who yells and is aggressive. Not fond of his father either. Most of them leave if you yell or are mean. He started to place crystals around the house, and they're attracted to them. He says it keeps them from following him, which he doesn't like sometimes, especially when this one in particular stares at him at night. A few years ago, he was in a freak shooting, and he actually got shot through the head. I think these things protected him through this situation, as he should have died, but was just blinded, which is probably why his third eye is so strong. He's a very special kid, and he won't talk to anyone about these experiences because he knows that people will think he's crazy, even though he's felt them his whole life. I have many videos of him speaking in great detail about them. Has anyone had similar experiences happen to them? Or do you have any info on this type of thing? what to do with it, if anything. Thanks. This was in late September. My girlfriend and I were camping in a quiet section of state forest that basically shuts down after Labor Day. We had hiked a couple of miles, set up our tent near a small creek, and had the place completely to ourselves. Sometime after midnight, I woke up. The fire had burned down to embers, and the air was cold enough that I could see my breath. And then I saw off in the trees, maybe 50 yards away, a faint light, a line of faint warm lights. They moved slowly, weaving between the trunks like a group of people carrying lanterns. I sat up and nudged my girlfriend awake. She saw them too. "There's no trail over there, right?" she whispered. And she was right. That part of the forest was just dense brush and uneven ground. We watched for a minute, trying to figure out what we were seeing. The lights weren't bright enough to be flashlights, and they were this odd, steady glow. There was no flicker, no beam. Curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to go toward the light. As we got closer, the forest was even quieter. Our footsteps sounded way too loud, like the trees were sucking up the rest of the noise. The lights drifted ahead, just far enough to keep us moving, and then without warning they blinked out. We stopped, considering turning on our flashlights, but we listened hard. And that's when my eyes adjusted enough to see what had replaced the lights. In the spots where the lanterns had been were small figures, human-shaped, no taller than my chest, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, bonnets, suspenders, simple linen shirts. Their faces were pale and almost gray. Their eyes were open, but unfocused. They weren't really standing. They were half buried in the ground, like they'd been planted there. Dirt rose around their waists, holding them in place. My girlfriend was gripping my arm. I figured she sees them too. None of them moved or even blinked. We backed away slowly, never taking our eyes off of them either, until we were far enough to turn and run. When we got back to camp, we stuffed everything into our packs, and we hiked out with a headlamp, all the way to the car. We've been back to that forest since. Like I said, it's a state park, but never at night. I've never seen those lights again, or whatever the hell that was. But we certainly won't forget. My older brother and I used to fight over the radio growing up all the time. He liked old school rock. I was more into pop and hip hop. Total opposites. But every time we got in the car together, he'd find a way to sneak on his music and crank it up too loud until I just gave in. He died several years ago. Motorcycle accident. A few months after the funeral, I was driving home late from work at night. My phone had died, so I turned on the radio for some background noise. Just static. I hit scan and let it roll through the channels, hoping to catch anything. And then I heard it. His favorite song, "Shine On, You Crazy Diamond" by Pink Floyd. It was exactly the song he'd always played. Just a few clear seconds of it, like it broke through the static for only me. And then it was gone. Nothing but fuzz again. It happened again the next week at a different time, but the same stretch of highway, same song. After it happened a third time, I remember pulling over. I sat there in silence and I said out loud, "I hear you, all right?" I wasn't trying to dismiss him. I guess I was trying to acknowledge him. I've driven that road a dozen times since, and I've never heard the song again. My buddy and I were deep diving off the coast of Japan, exploring part of an old wreck that hadn't been touched in a long time. Commercial dive, routine inspection. Nothing was out of the ordinary. About 70 meters down, I spotted a section of hull that none of us had noticed on the sonar. It was covered in coral and rust, almost like it didn't want to be found. But at the base of the wreck, nestled in the sand, was a small round hatch. It didn't match the rest of the ship. It had no wiring, no bolts, no handles, just perfectly round, and this greenish-black film coating it. Naturally, I radioed it in. Got told to leave it alone, so of course I tapped it with my boot. Nothing happened. Not at first. Then the tank started vibrating, just slightly, like a hum. My partner asked if I was okay. I lied, said I was fine. The humming got louder inside my helmet, and then I heard a voice. Not over comms, not external, just inside. Not really words either, just a feeling. Like something was trying to remember me, talk to me. I turned back to the hatch. It was open, just barely a crack, but it had opened without a sound. The sand hadn't even shifted. Nothing had been disturbed and the sea was still. And then something reached out. It wasn't a hand or a tentacle. It was just darkness. Like the water itself had thickened, reaching toward me, curling. I bolted. My partner thought I'd lost it. I didn't stop ascending until I broke the surface and puked into my mask. I didn't go back down. Ever. They say the hatch wasn't there when they checked the wreck again. Sonar shows nothing. Video shows nothing. But I saw something. I was about 16 at the time, out drinking with my girlfriend. It was about midnight and we were walking back to my house. There were 2 ways to get there, a busy street and a long bike path through the woods. So we took the bike path. I was walking about 6 feet in front of her, and I got that feeling, like something was watching us. It was like a bee sting somewhere like I'd never felt before. I just knew something bad was about to happen. In a split second, I heard it. A sound like someone forcing all of the air from their lungs. And then I heard my girlfriend scream. I turned around to see her face plant on the cement. She asked me why I pushed her. She was mad, but she got confused when she realized I was ahead of her. I was not in arm's reach of her. She heard that loud breath scream right in her ear when something pushed her hard. We booked it back to the other route to my house, taking an extra hour to avoid that path through the woods. When she took her shirt off at my house, she had 2 bruises on her back. No one believed us, but we never walked that path at night again. I was at a sushi restaurant with my dad. It was some fancy place, a little cozy spot that we used to go to every few weeks when we wanted to catch up. We'd ordered a couple of rolls, miso soup, a bottle of sake to share. Nothing unusual. Then, in the middle of a quiet lull in our conversation, my dad's sake cup slid across the table. Quick, smooth, no sound. Just moved about 3 inches to the left, like somebody had gently pushed it with their finger. Only nobody had. We were both sitting still. Neither of us had touched the table. We just stared at it for a second. He raised his eyebrows, I sort of shrugged, and we moved on. Maybe both of us too stubborn to be the first one to say that something weird had happened. And then it happened again. Same thing. Smooth movement, no sound, straight line. This time we both said something, almost at the same time. Did you see that? Yeah. I thought I was imagining it before. We tried everything we could to recreate it. We nudged the table, tapped the cup, checked the surface for water. The table wasn't wobbly, it wasn't slanted. The bottom of the cup wasn't wet. Nothing explained it. And the weirdest part, no matter where we moved the cup, it would always return to that same exact spot. Always. Like the table itself had some kind of magnetic pull, except there was nothing under it, nothing inside of it, and nothing in the restaurant was reacting in any strange way. Just that cup, and just that spot. Eventually, we left it alone. We finished our food and we went home, both pretending that we weren't as unsettled as we were. I've never had anything like that happen again, not there or anywhere else. My dad and I brought it up once more a few years ago, kind of laughed it off, but we both admitted that we still couldn't explain it. Whatever it was, it never came back, because we didn't stop going to that sushi place, but I still think about it sometimes. What a strange thing. I just know some people are going to laugh at this. I just wish I could also convey how serious I am. I was at the grocery store, halfway through my list and zoning out near the bread and tortillas. You know where you get into that mindless rhythm. Eggs, milk, grab this, grab that. That's where I was, just moving along. And then the tortillas jumped. Not fell, not slid. Jumped. A sealed pack of corn tortillas, middle shelf, maybe shoulder height, shot out from the row and landed on the floor right in front of me. It was just like someone had tossed it from a short distance. Not tumbling down, not gliding off the edge, just launched. I stood there, blinking at it. There was no one else in the aisle, no cart bump, no breeze. Nothing on the shelf was stacked precariously. I picked up the package slowly, like it might move again. It was cold, normal. Just tortillas. I laughed a little under my breath. Okay, I get it, I said. Enchiladas tonight. I put them in my cart, but I couldn't shake the feeling. My skin prickled like goosebumps. That weird internal quiet after something wrong happens was inside of me. I walked faster after that. Didn't even finish my list. That was 3 months ago. And yeah, the enchiladas were good, but it was still spooky. There's a short answer for everything. And to answer this as straightforward as I can, yes, I personally believe that areas of the Nez Perce Reservation are alive with paranormal activity. Just before the pandemic, I matched with a guy named Travis who lived on the reservation. We'd been talking for months, but had only met in person once for a first date. On our second date, Travis picked me up and we went out to dinner, with the plan afterwards being to get sweet snacks and watch a movie at his house. While we were having dinner, Travis asked me if I'm religious. I'm not. I think momentarily that the conversation's going to get preachy, but he followed it up with a secondary question, asking if I believed in ghosts. That I couldn't dismiss so easily. I asked why. He tells me that I seem like a really nice girl and he doesn't want to scare me off. Travis thought it was best to lay it out there because he was going to make a few odd requests of me when we got back to his place. I hold my breath, getting ready for him to quote a 50 Shades of Grey passage, but I'm able to oddly exhale when he says, "My house has been blessed, so it's free from evil entering its walls, but outside, the land is unsafe after dark, I would say, especially for non-native people." I thought he was joking, but he didn't laugh when I uncomfortably giggled across the table. His eyebrows stayed raised as if it was most urgent that I take this information as truth. When we get to the mini-mart, he says, "I just want you to stay in the car. I'll run in and grab all the stuff." I agreed. I was wearing heels and didn't want to do too much getting in and out of the car, so I was happy to oblige to his request. Honestly, all of his upfront, matter-of-fact talking about evil spirits attacking non-native visitors definitely did make him sound crazy. But everything he did besides that little dinner speech, it had been like a modern-day Prince Charming. Travis didn't have a murder me vibe, more schizophrenic if I had to pinpoint it right there. But not because his stories and theories were so outlandish, just not fathomable for me to invest in. Like when your friend's husband got really into flat earth and he tried to explain it to you at a barbecue. I understand that you understand what you're talking about, but that's as far as my comprehension will bend. Travis was an actual gentleman, though, and I was willing to roll with it, if only to see if he was actually mental. He opens the door for me when we get to his car. The drive was equally as fun as dinner. Travis was easy to talk to, funny. I'd never been to Nez Perce Reservation before. The pavement under our tires changed when we crossed tribal lines. His warning resonated in my head a bit, though I tried not to show how nervous I was. When we got to the mini-mart, we were the only car in the parking lot. Travis locks the doors and runs inside. I'm listening to the radio, texting a friend my location, on the off chance that he does snap. I was distracting my thoughts, forcing myself not to get spooked by the darkness all around. The outside of the mini-mart had one light that worked, and the rest of the road, it was black, aside from a lamppost 100 yards south of where the cars parked. Sitting there is where the first odd occurrence happened. I'm looking down, scrolling through my phone, and I hear 3 rap-tap-taps on the driver's side window. Startled, but thinking it's only Travis needing me to pop the door because his hands are full, I lean over to grab the handle. But just as I'm about to pull, I glance up to see that no one's there. 30 seconds later, Travis walks out with his hands full. He doesn't see that I saw him exit, so he presses his body against the car, balancing the snacks to tap the window. I hear the same rap-tap-tap on the window, but I can see that his hands are full. I lean over to pop open the door out of my pure nerves. I decided that the next moment he sits down that I overreacted. It's amazing how your mind can work against you sometimes. Maybe it's protecting you. I don't know. But I chose to keep quiet about the tapping. We got to his place, which wasn't too far from the mini-mart at all. My nerves had settled a bit from the good laughs in the car on the way, but now that we were parked outside of his place, I felt this urge to run inside as quickly as possible. Then, as if he read my mind, he tells me, "We'll be inside in no time, okay? The light's gonna come on too. I got you." Sure enough, a blinding light shines on as he opens my car door. We run inside the house. Inside did feel much better. For a while, I still just ignored that feeling from earlier, the one that I'd had since we arrived on the reservation, dismissing it as nerves. It was only our second date, but it wasn't all nerves, y'all. It wasn't. After getting the official tour, we decided on setting up a pillow fort for the movie. I was in charge of setting up the snacks and making sure the fort was comfortable enough. Everything was going strong until I realized that this man had nothing to drink. I don't mean like I needed alcohol or something, but all he had was a warm tap. When the man came out of the mini-mart without drinks, I didn't even think twice. Surely he's got something at his house. He was embarrassed and we laughed it off. Oversight on his part, but he was going to make it right. He tells me to stay put, hang out with the cats, and he'll be right back with 2 Dr. Peppers. Honestly, originally I was more upset at the thought of having to leave this lovely sanctuary of pillows, sweets, and cats for whatever was out there, so this new plan was actually okay with me. And then he left, and suddenly I realized I was alone, in a place I didn't know, and all I could think about was that feeling. I guess it's the feeling of being watched, though I'd liken it more to being preyed upon. Eventually, the motion-detected lights shut off. The darker room feeds my paranoia more, so I start flipping on all the lights that he showed me earlier. Surely he'd understand. Finally, I sat down with the cats, and then I heard it. A round of rap-tap-taps on the living room window. It was too soon for Travis to be back. No way. Obviously, I was making myself crazy, so I decided to browse Netflix. We already knew what we were going to watch, but I just wanted noise. I was letting random previews play as I caught in my peripheral a shadow running across the backyard. I turned instantly, but it's just passing out of sight. It was about the height of a tall woman or average height man. Then, rap-tap-taps in the opposite direction, much louder. I couldn't even bring myself to look out that window, but someone had to be out there. If I had have kept the lights off, maybe I wouldn't be this sitting duck, but what can you do? No motion sensor light, so it wasn't Travis. But how is it that whoever was out there didn't trigger it? I was never so desperate for someone to return to their own house. Please, just get here. I kept thinking, please. Sitting there with his cats, I realized the door isn't locked. I can't in good conscience leave this door unlocked and not lose my mind. In a split second, I decided to jump up and run to the door. I locked it, and as I ran back, I saw something in the backyard again, standing still just for a moment. But as it disappeared, it was as though it was smoke, just dissipating into nothing. Then, the loudest rap-tap-taps yet, radiating off of multiple windows in the house. I watched both cats run in multiple directions, and without any control, I let out a scream that technically I'm proud of, but I didn't know I had it in me. And then I just sorta went to the floor, started scooting backwards until I met a wall and finally a corner. Eventually, the cat stopped running around, so I assumed safety. After a few seconds, I decided to emerge from the corner that I was inhabiting because suddenly it felt silly to be there. I stood up, and I remember thinking that I couldn't believe what had just happened. I thought about everything Travis had said and decided that I needed to believe that I was going to be perfectly fine inside that house. So, I turned off all the lights again because I didn't want whatever was outside to have any sort of advantage looking in there. And then I sat where I originally sat, just waiting for Travis. There's a row of small windows along a section of the living room wall. They were high enough off the ground that they couldn't be reached by someone standing outside without a ladder. It was clear they served as a sort of skylight of sorts, just high enough to let in the light. I was staring out these small windows. It was so dark outside that the night sky was clear and full of stars, until suddenly the view was interrupted by something. The window, it was engulfed in black. I could hear that familiar but much quieter rap-tap-tap on the window. I froze the moment I saw eyes. I shot up at the sound. Once I was standing, I wasn't sure if I was ever going to be able to move again. Whatever was there was gone almost the moment I saw it. It just didn't make any sense. And then I saw headlights, thanking my lucky fucking stars that man returned when he did. The motion-censored lights turned on, and I knew that he'd be inside any moment. I went to unlock the door just as he tried the handle, and I guess I didn't hide my current state too well because he instantly asked, "Oh shit, what happened?" He was asking if I was all right, and I was. I mean, physically, right, but what the fuck? I started from the top. He was attentive the whole time I spoke. It didn't make me feel crazy. And then it kind of clicked that, oh yeah, I bet he felt a little cracked asking me the ghost stuff, telling me all that spooky stuff. Well, I wasn't much of a believer in anything before I met Travis, not really. But I couldn't deny the entire experience. There was too much there to be a coincidence. I was less scared talking about it while having someone there with me. Whatever target was on my back seemed to subside when he came home. We for sure never watched a movie that night. I basically made Travis tell me a bunch of his stories, his own experience, but also the experiences of anyone else. He told me that the shadow and the eyes that I saw, they likely weren't anything evil. He said it was good. Particular and misunderstood, but evil, he didn't think so. He told me the story of why his house was blessed to begin with, but I'll have to save that for another time, mainly because it doesn't involve me, so I'd rather ask him before I share it here. We're still dating over 3 years later and literally live together, so stay tuned. So this happened at work the day before I had a 3-day vacation. Now that I'm going back tonight, I've been trying to debunk what happened in any way I can, because I don't really believe in the paranormal. I know it's got to be psychosomatics, that I'm just spooking myself out. But I've been working at this gas station near Raleigh coming up on 4 years. There's a tavern across the street that used to be called Flips, and when I was a kid, it was known to be frequented by an MC of violent bikers. The club was extorting the owner while using the bar after hours as a central meeting spot for a few of their smaller chapters around North Carolina. All their Harleys used to be parked outside when my school bus drove by, and there were always 2 or 3 of the club's members standing outside, smoking and joking in their vests. All the boys thought they were so cool. They would press their faces against the glass and yell about what motorcycle they thought was faster. We'd pass by Flips every day on our way home from school. Then, one afternoon, a bunch of armored or bulletproof trucks, FBI, came into town with a search warrant for the bar. The bikers had no choice but to let the agents enter and look around. Usually when a search warrant is involved, that means your establishment is about to get turned upside down. But the agents knew what they were looking for and didn't waste their time smashing bottles or flipping the billiard tables. As soon as they gained access to the property, the armed agents went straight to the basement door. The door's only line of defense was a combination lock that bolt cutters made quick work of. None of the bikers move as 2 of the agents raise their firearms and begin walking down the stairs into the dark basement. There were no ground-level windows. Besides their flashlights, they were in the pitch black down there. Most of the other agents waited upstairs, making sure that nobody came in or out of the bar. Then, a walkie-talkie chirps. "Yep, we've located it. Round 'em up." There's not much out here in terms of entertainment, so when the 15-16 bikers were hauled from that bar, the whole town was all standing outside, gawking like hens. Me and my friend included. As they were getting marched out, all of the men either looked completely irate or completely confused. There was no in between. And remember this, because it would all make sense a few days later, when my dad's reading the morning paper. In a nutshell, this biker gang was used to getting raided by agents, but most of the time they were getting raided or harassed by the ATF. The gang had no clue why the FBI was knocking down their door. They weren't faking their confusion. They really didn't know what the agents found in the basement until interrogation started. And that's when each of the men were pulled into separate rooms, accused of murdering 3 backpackers. Their remains, along with their backpacking equipment, were all found in a shallow pit, one that had been dug in the basement of the bar. It was hidden under thin wooden boards and a carpet. With all of the men separated, they weren't able to corroborate stories together. Yet each of them all reacted with aggression, defending their innocence. Not only their innocence, but a prideful assertion that their MC would never target a group of helpless backpackers. Besides the bodies having literally been discovered at their bar, they had no other evidence that they could pin any of the members to these murders with. So eventually, they had to let them all go. The bar remained closed while the investigation continued. After months go by and the FBI brings in someone else for questioning, this time it's the right guy. Come to find out that it was the owner of the bar that had murdered those backpackers. Because the MC had been extorting him, The FBI thought that he was part of the gang. When it somehow came up that they were just extorting him for the bar, the FBI decided to set up another group specifically to investigate this guy. And not only did they link those backpackers to him, they were also able to link him to a few other open cases south of Highway 40. Yeah, apparently the owner of the bar was some sort of serial killer. So that's a thing. Decades pass, and after the deeds passed around to a few optimistic owners, the bar is eventually abandoned, left to decay while nature grows and slowly obstructs its view from the street and from the gas station I work at. Now, last Thursday I was scheduled to work 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. That night, my shift started as typical would be. This gas station is pretty tucked away from the highway. I'll see only a handful of people that night, most of which are just getting gas and don't even come into the store. Generally, to cure my boredom, I'm probably more attentive to the hot food rack than needs to be, but that's why our customers always get the freshest food, and I won't lie or give the name of my actual employer when I admit that I play a lot of games on my phone. The front of the building has 2 giant windows, and as I was leaning on the counter progressing through one of these games, from the corner of my eye, I saw someone walk by on their way towards the door. I quickly raced to wrap up the task that I was doing on my phone to a save point. By the time the customer came in, it took longer than expected, and internally I felt time running before they walked in. When I heard the door chime and automatic doors slide, I was going to have to drop my phone no matter what to greet the customer. But after a few more seconds came and went, I realized the doors hadn't been activated yet. Less than a second after that, I was able to save my game, pocket my phone. Wondering if I was mistaken about seeing someone walk up, I look over to the door, and there is in fact a man standing there. The sight of him made my knees kind of weak because I wasn't expecting it. He was just standing outside the glass doors, staring in, and not at me. His stare was straightforward, like one of those 1,000-yard stares. Again, the front doors are automatic and they slide open when a person's standing in front of them. But in this case, they weren't opening for him. Thinking the 2 glass doors might be stuck or something, I hurried around the cashier's counter to see what I could do. But as I got close to the doors, the chime went off and both doors slid open like normal. Grateful the issue had resolved itself, I started to walk back to the counter, and then I'm like, wait, I'm right here. I should turn around and greet them or something. Say the door doesn't usually do that. I don't know. Anything would have been better than turning my back on them without a word or even a smile. I swing back around holding a smile on my face, and I notice that the man hasn't come inside yet. He's still standing frozen, staring off into nothing. Looked to be in his 30s, brown, shaggy mullet, goatee. He was not dressed for the winter weather, by any means, but he didn't look dirty, malnourished, or hurt. Quite the contrary. He was actually quite good-looking. He was wearing a blue tank top and cargo shorts, with big brown hiking boots. I say welcome to such-and-such gas station, and his expressionless gaze slowly shifts to make eye contact with me. Then he says, "May I come in?" It was such a weird question to ask me. I felt like an old merchant-time peddler when I responded something like, of course, what do ye travels require?" This guy walks past me into the store, ignoring my question, and I go back behind the counter with my head held in shame. What do ye travels require? Geez. I never had been smooth with the other gender, but that was a new low that I hadn't felt yet. So I'm organizing cigarette cartons, checking on the hot food, basically doing anything to keep my mind distracted. So I stopped replaying, "What do ye travels require?" over and over in my head. And soon, everything's organized. Not a vape is out of place. Not a hot dog is overcooked. I haven't seen this guy since he entered. The gas station isn't huge. I should be able to see most, if not all, of this guy's head while he's in the aisles, but there's no sign of him. The store is quiet too, and the doors hadn't reactivated since I was standing there. It all starts to feel really sketchy really fast. The hairs on my arm stand on end, and a gut feeling tells me to grab the bat from under the counter. We have a small TV next to the register. It cycles through our live security camera feed, and I closely examine them as each one pops up. This guy is nowhere to be found. With the bat firmly in my hand, I had no other choice but to do a few laps around the aisles myself. There were a few blind spots the cameras couldn't pick up. I checked those places first before doing a lap around the shelves. I couldn't believe it. There would have been no way that he could have snuck past me. Certainly not without triggering the front door. That was unless he snuck into the back somehow. I was confident he hadn't exited out the door behind the cashier's table. But there was another back freezer area behind the drinks that someone could possibly get into. That would have taken them sliding the entire milk rack out of its case, then pulling it back manually while standing completely undetected. It felt absurd, but there were no other places to check. It's a struggle pulling the metal rack out by myself, and the whole time it's loudly clinging as I push it back and forth, and no surprise, the guy wasn't hiding in the freezer. I was in disbelief that I was once again alone in the gas station. I was determined to get to the bottom of it. At around 2 a.m, I locked up the doors of the store and go into the back room behind the counter. It's where the security camera recording equipment is, and the computers. If my manager would have shown up and found the doors locked, I would have lost my job. But this disturbed me enough to take the risk. I'm not a computer whiz by any means, so it took me a few minutes to figure out how to replay the footage from earlier. When I finally do, I'm nervous that I could have messed up the video somehow when I was tinkering with it, because when I finally rolled the footage back far enough, I watched the 6 different recordings from the cameras inside the store and outside, pressing start before I'd put my phone away. None of the angles showed the man coming up to the store. The camera inside that faces the front door shows me walking up to the sliding glass doors and them opening, but I can't understand how it didn't capture the hiker guy in any of the digital files. In every camera angle, it looks like I'm having a conversation with myself. Then, running around the store like a lunatic with a bat, I played the footage back almost endlessly. There was a chilling void where the man had been. My heart was racing as I watched myself approach the doors over and over. I just couldn't believe there was no one there, no trace of the stranger. Had I imagined it all? That didn't feel safe or possible. As I left the gas station that morning, the silence around me was louder than any conversation I'd ever had. The mask of calm that I'd worn all night, it had cracked. The air outside, it was heavy. I remember rushing to my car like I was being followed, trying to shake off the unease and even fumbling for my keys. My glances darted around, looking for any sign of that stranger, any hint that I wasn't as alone as it looked. I took a deep breath and got in my car. I locked the doors, and somehow it made me feel safer. I pulled out of the parking lot, but that unsettling feeling just wouldn't leave. It felt stupid, but I couldn't shake off the thought that I'd be coming back to this place in just a few days. What if he showed up again? What if he was just lurking around? As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, really expecting to see him just standing there, expressionless like before. But all I saw was darkness. A chill ran down my spine as I turned the corner, knowing I'd have to make my way back to that gas station soon. And now, soon is now. I just really hope that nothing or no one is waiting for me. I grew up in a very scientific family. My dad, an engineer, was a practical, no-nonsense guy, not one to indulge in talk of ghosts or anything remotely paranormal. The concept of hauntings was practically foreign to our household, and I'd grown up assuming that ghosts and spirits were nothing but old wives' tales. But one night, during dinner in high school, I asked my dad about the old house, the one we lived in when I was just a baby. I'd heard bits and pieces from neighbors about strange things that had happened back then, and curiosity finally got the best of me. To my surprise, my dad grew quiet, looking at me for a moment before setting down his fork. Then, almost reluctantly, he told me a story that he'd never shared before, and the way he spoke, with a hint of something like unease, it made my skin prickle. He explained that not long after we moved into the house, strange things started happening. It was a typical suburban home, nothing remarkable, and we'd been there about a week when the first gift appeared. One morning, a Friday, I came downstairs and I found a small, handcrafted wooden figure sitting on the mantel of our fireplace. My dad said, his voice steady but his eyes distant, like he was seeing it all again. I thought your mom had put it there, maybe something from a yard sale that she hadn't told me about, but when I asked her, she was just as surprised as I was. And that was only the beginning. Every Friday morning, like clockwork, a new handmade item would appear on the mantel. There was no sign of forced entry, no windows left open, and only my dad and my mom had keys to the house. The gifts ranged from small carved animals to intricate old-fashioned toys. Each item looked like it was crafted with meticulous care, the wood smoothed and polished, tiny details etched into the surface. My dad, trying to remain calm and rational, contacted the police after a few weeks, thinking maybe a previous tenant had kept a key and was playing some sort of prank. The local police agreed to keep close watch, especially on Thursday nights. My dad replaced the locks. But the police, they never saw a single person approach the house, and yet every Friday morning, without fail, a new item would appear. It was unsettling, my dad admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. I couldn't figure it out, and the fact that there was no explanation, it started getting to me. As the weeks turned into months, the gifts continued, and the situation began to take a toll on my parents. My dad, a logical man, was growing tense and short-tempered, feeling helpless in the face of something that he really didn't understand. Eventually, in a last-ditch effort, he went to our local church. He actually asked a priest to bless our home, despite my parents not being religious. It wasn't something he believed in, he told me again, but desperation drove him there. After the priest blessed the house, the gifts stopped. My dad seemed relieved, telling me this, almost as though he'd finally come to terms with whatever had happened. He didn't exactly say it was a ghost, and in his telling, he didn't seem to want to dwell on that possibility. But his face was tense, his fingers drumming on the table, and the silence between us was thick. One detail, though, lingered long after the story ended. There was one particular gift that my dad had mentioned that we kept. It was a small wooden sled with a carefully painted scene on it. The picture showed a man pulling two children on the sled. One child looked remarkably like me, and the other like my younger sister, who hadn't even been born yet when we lived in that house. And the man, with the square jaw and serious expression, looked strikingly like my dad. I remember staring at him, waiting for him to explain that part, but he didn't. We found that one, maybe a month before your sister was born, and 6 months before your mother got sick. Then he looked down, clearing his throat, and changed the subject. The rest of dinner was quiet, the atmosphere a little awkward, but I didn't press him further. The look on his face told me that he'd already said more than he wanted to. Years later, I asked him about the story, curious if he'd elaborate, but he denied ever telling me. He looked genuinely confused, brushing it off as if I was mistaken. When I pressed him, saying I remember every word, he grew tense, insisting I must have misunderstood. I don't know what you're talking about, he said firmly, his eyes darkening in a way that I'd never really seen before. It's been a long time since that conversation, but I've never forgotten it. I still think about that sled sometimes, that small, intricate painting that somehow showed a family moment from years before it would ever happen. I've even tried to find it among our family's things, but it's nowhere to be found. My dad refuses to talk about it. And my sister, she doesn't really remember this weird little decoration, as she was so young. I don't know if I'll ever get any real answers, or that my dad ever had them to begin with. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't check my own mantle for something small and wooden. So far, nothing. I was working a shift in the college library on a Friday, a day so slow that the hours usually dragged by. The silence was that thick and undisturbed kind, the one that fills the air when you're nearly alone in a place that usually buzzes with life. I wandered through the aisles doing my usual rounds, and I found myself in the literature section, surrounded by worn spines of classic novels and poetry volumes. As I turned down one of the aisles, I noticed a student sitting cross-legged on the floor, deeply engrossed in a book. At first glance, he seemed out of place, exceptionally well-dressed for a college student. He wasn't wearing the usual jeans and t-shirt. Instead, he had on a perfectly tailored suit, almost old-fashioned, like something out of another era. His clothes were pristine, even polished, which struck me as strange. I approached him, offering a friendly smile. I asked if he needed help finding something. He looked up, his expression warm but slightly distant, as though his mind was somewhere far off. He told me he was searching for a book in German. Intrigued, I asked him which one, and that led us into a fascinating discussion about literature in its original language. He spoke with such depth and understanding, like someone who had spent a lifetime reading and studying. The way he chose his words, so articulate and formal, struck me as unusual, even a bit unsettling, for someone his age. But I dismissed the thought. I assumed he was just an exceptionally studious, maybe old-souled young man. We sat there for a while, side by side on the floor, browsing through the sparse selection of German books. The shelves in this section were old, dusty, with only a few German volumes scattered here and there. After a while, I stood up, realizing I had an idea. I remembered another section where he might find more books. I told him to wait and turned to take just a few steps down the aisle. Then, suddenly a strange feeling washed over me. The aisle was silent, empty, eerily so. I spun around expecting to see him sitting there, but he was gone. In those few seconds, he had vanished without a sound. I hadn't even left the aisle yet, and there was no way that he could have slipped past me. I walked to the end of the row, peering around the corner. I even checked the nearby aisles. My heart was thumping a little harder each row that I found. The feeling of unease was growing. It was as though he had simply faded into thin air. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my mind racing, trying to make sense of it. Had I imagined him? Was my mind playing tricks on me? Later, the story of the library's history crept into my mind. The library was built on the grounds of a turn-of-the-century estate, with a history much older than the college itself. Buried somewhere on the grounds were two young boys, stepchildren of the estate's original owner, both around college age when they died. The thought that I might have encountered one of them sent a chill through my spine, a whisper of something unexplainable and timeless. In my heart, I'm certain of what I saw. That young man, with his polished suit and distant gaze, he hadn't been a student, not in any ordinary sense. I truly believe that I met one of those two boys, someone who'd been dead for over 100 years, lingering just a little longer in the place that was once his home. So, if you read my previous story about the Nez Perce Reservation, this is the story of Travis's home. The land Travis now owned had a strange, heavy feel to it, something that made the air thicker and the nights darker. His words. People in town always warned him about it, telling him that it was cursed ground, haunted by the spirit of a woman whose bitterness had seeped into the soil itself. Travis shrugged off the stories as folklore, but he admits that he couldn't shake the odd sensation that he felt whenever he was alone outside, especially near the spot where the old woman's house once stood. The story, as he'd heard it, was that years ago the Nez Perce tribe had leased out portions of the reservation land to local farmers. Most of the land transitioned quietly, but there was one holdout, a widow well into her 70s, who refused to leave her small house on the plot of land that she tended to her whole life. She clung to that ground with conviction, the kind that people found unsettling. They said that she would talk to the land itself, whispering to it at night, calling it her only family. Rumor had it that she was speaking to a dead husband, one whose spirit was still there, watching over her. Eventually, her refusal to leave became more problematic. The land had been promised to farmers, and with the town pushing for her relocation, the tribal leaders reluctantly arranged for her to be moved to a nursing facility where she would be cared for. As they escorted her from the property, she stood outside her home one last time. She cursed the land that she was leaving behind. She vowed that no one who touched the soil would find peace. She deemed this the area surrounding her home as well. It wasn't until she'd been settled in the nursing home that staff there learned some unsettling truth. The woman had never once spoken of any family members in her care interviews, but records later revealed that she'd had a husband, and she'd buried him herself in their backyard over 30 years prior. No one knew how or why the authorities had overlooked this detail, but it was undeniable. These remains were likely what kept pulling her to stay, to not want to leave. The strangest part was the timing. Shortly after her curse, things started happening on that land. Crops planted there would wither inexplicably. Machinery would malfunction. Even the soil itself seemed to shift, making it difficult for anything to grow. Farmers who worked the land reported strange, distorted shadows at dusk, drifting lower over the field. Some claimed that they heard a woman whispering. When Travis bought his house, people warned him not to build anything on the eastern side of the property, which is where her house had stood. He laughed it off, though. Superstitions didn't exactly scare him. He'd been raised to be practical, believe in what he could see and touch. But as he started to clear that part of the land for his garden, he uncovered a peculiar-looking stone in the dirt, etched with strange, weathered symbols. It looked old. It gave him pause, and it was something he couldn't shake. That night, Travis couldn't sleep. Shadows seemed to be looming closer in the corners of his room, or just outside, and a low hum filled the air, like a distant chant. As he drifted in and out of restless sleep, he dreamed of her, the woman from the stories, standing at the edge of his bed, staring down at him with hollow, accusing eyes. Her face was pale, expressionless, and then she was angry, Her lips moved, mouthing words that he couldn't hear. The following night, Travis heard something outside his window, a faint, faraway scratching sound. He looked out to see a dark figure, half transparent, moving slowly over the ground where he'd dug. The figure seemed to dissolve and reform, like smoke caught in a whirlwind. Its shape was vaguely resembling a man, and behind it, he saw her again, her face twisted with rage. Travis remembered the stories he considered old legends. In the afterlife, there's a tribunal, a gathering of spirits who review each other's souls' actions, a reckoning before any soul can move on. Some face their wrongdoings, seeking peace or redemption, but others, those who cannot bear the weight of their sins or simply refuse to leave the world behind, remain trapped, tethered to the physical world. They walk the land, unable to leave, haunting the places where their lives unraveled. Travis abandoned his gardening plans soon after, deciding instead to leave the area that sits east of the house alone. He felt that that's what the woman was telling him. That's what everyone else seemed to be telling him. Was it really so wise to press one's luck, he thought. The space remains maintained, but otherwise left alone. Travis feels that there are two spirits there, and I tend to agree. A husband and a wife, both attached to that land for better or for worse, likely both vowing at one point to never leave that place. Of course, he doesn't and didn't really know, and that's why he chose to have his house blessed, understanding that if there is something evil, something unwanted there, he should take precautions. You can never be too careful when dealing with the unknown. I guess for what it's worth, I was terrified the first time I experienced something there, but ultimately, I've always felt really safe inside this home. I don't know what all goes into a blessing, but it would appear that there's nothing trying to harm anyone inside this house. I mean, there is something there. It just seems to prefer the outdoors. This happened when I was about 8 or 9. My mom was dating this guy at the time, kind of a jerk, but nothing out of the ordinary. One night he told me to go downstairs and grab him a glass of water. I didn't argue, I just got up and went. I got to the kitchen, still half asleep, and that's when I saw something. A black figure, standing at the sink. Not moving, not reacting, just standing there. I froze. My brain couldn't quite process what I was seeing. Was it a shadow? Trick of the light? But no, there was something there. I could make out the shape of a person. Then, panic kicked in. I turned and bolted back upstairs. My heart was pounding. I burst into my mom's room and I tried to explain, but her boyfriend just rolled his eyes, told me I was imagining things. Go back to bed, he said, like I hadn't just seen something or someone in our kitchen. I didn't sleep much that night. For years, I told myself that it had to have been a shadow, my tired eyes playing tricks on me, some weird childhood fear that got blown out of proportion. But now, looking back as an adult, I'm about 99% sure that it wasn't a shadow. Some dude was just standing in my kitchen in the middle of the night, casually using our sink. I don't know what's scarier, the idea that I saw something paranormal, or the fact that in the rough neighborhood we lived in, it was probably just some guy. A few weeks ago, I wrote about an experience I had while teaching music at a school that I was working at. A child in one of my classes had seen someone walking into the music room, whom I did not see, and later, I saw a child, which I later realized was a ghost standing by the light switch. I have been to this school several times and wanted to do an update. The first time I went back since I saw the apparition, I was really nervous, and I had to relax because I knew that my imagination could start playing tricks on me. Once I got there, I was a lot more relaxed, and I just went with the flow of the day. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at first. Although I was walking down the hallway, I felt someone touch me in the middle of my back. It almost felt like a light, slight push. I thought it was a student, so I turned around, but no one was there. That was the only thing that happened. The next time I went, I once again was worried about what would happen, but to my surprise, nothing occurred whatsoever, and I was actually able to just teach and enjoy the day with the students. Today I went back to this school, and to tell you the truth, I didn't think about ghosts at all. I have really been enjoying the students and staff, and it's become one of my favorite schools to teach at. Also, today we got hit with a really nasty snowstorm, so I was more worried about the roads being slick. Anyway, I got there with no problems, and during lunchtime I was enjoying a potato bar that was set up for the teachers. I was also talking with one of my staff about all the snow that we were getting and if the roads would be slick later on. As I was leaving the staff room and heading to the classroom, I thought to myself, I wish I could just teach here full time. And I swear, out of nowhere, I heard a child's voice as clear as day saying, "We don't have any full-time jobs here at the moment. Sorry." I turned around. The only person I saw was a little girl. She was looking straight up at me and then ran quickly into the bathroom. I don't know if she's the one who said it, but still, how did she read my mind? I'm not 100% sure if she was a real student or another apparition. She ran into the bathroom really fast as I made eye contact. Can ghosts read minds? Later, I was in the library talking to the librarian while kids were at recess. There were a few kids there checking out books, and then they headed back to go outside. As the librarian was showing me a project she was doing with the second graders, Christmas cards for soldiers serving in Iraq, I saw a little girl peeking out in between the computers. I just assumed that it was a kid who was still checking out books and had gotten on the computer card catalog. But when I looked again, no one was there. The only people in the library were me, the librarian, and her assistant. They were admiring the cards the second graders had made, so didn't see what I saw. I even said, "Where did the little girl go?" And the librarian answered, "The kids are all out at recess." The computers are in the middle of the library, so there's no way a child could have ran out the door without me seeing her. By the way, the library and the music room are on opposite sides of the building. The place where I felt the hand on my back and heard the voice in the hallway is nearest the library. Nothing else happened the rest of the day, and I didn't linger long after school because of the snowstorm. Anyway, I will be back at this school next week. It's on my regular route now, so I'll see if anything happens again. It is funny that one day where I completely didn't worry or even think about seeing ghosts is the day when I see them. Odd. I'm diving right into the middle of this one. If you set aside your skepticism, this will be easier to digest, but it's only right that I start here. Yesterday when I went into the office, I found a sticky note on the monitor of my computer. I recognized the unique pink square that had been left by Camilla, our secretary that works the front desk. I pass by her every day, and I can't help but notice her wide collection of sticky notes in all different shapes and colors. The message on the paper only contained 2 words in Sharpie. The note had to have just been written, as I could still smell the strong chemical residue on the paper from the marker that she'd used to write, "Sister called." I stood there staring at that note, trying to fight back tears and figure out what it meant because my sister died last year. I think it's safe to say that nobody at my work knows any aspect of my personal life past my name, maybe that I like cats. And that could be derived from simply looking at the minuscule amount of decorations in my cubicle. I'm quite reserved when it comes to sharing personal things about myself at work. I think it's inappropriate to expect a group of coworkers to empathize with what goes on outside the office doors. Camilla wouldn't have had any clue as to how unnerving the message that she left was. It brought me to tears after reading it. It was an unexpected response I couldn't catch. Like bumping a glass off the table. By the time I could process the fall, the tears were too fast to catch. I went to the bathroom to clean myself up, and then I went to ask Camilla about the sticky note that she'd left me. I tried to believe that she must have spoken to someone and misheard them, but when I got to the front desk, the sticky note was still in my hand. I knew she'd written it, but I still asked, "Was this from you?" Unable to think of a better way to inquire without telling why such a simple message gave me such confusion, Camilla looked at the message and told me, "Oh yes, 10 minutes before you got back in, a woman called, Jamie, called asking for you. Said she was your sister." I was speechless, and I felt the tears begin to fall down again. Camilla obviously saw them and gave me a weird look. I told her that I just hadn't heard from my sister in a while. I guess I didn't know how much I missed her. None of which is a lie. Before Jamie's passing, her and I had been fighting, and the last time we'd spoke was at Thanksgiving the year before. There was so much I wanted to say to her, so much that she probably wanted to say to me. But either way, that call, I think it was her goodbye. A bit of background. When my wife was young, her parents and siblings lived with one set of her grandparents. Her grandfather was murdered in the home. It happened in his bedroom upstairs. The room was primarily used as storage for the next 20 plus years. Her parents tried to sell the house multiple times, but living in a small town, everyone knew, and the house wouldn't sell. So they stayed. Years later, and while my wife and I were engaged, there was a murder trial which I attended in support of her family. I saw the crime scene photos. Important later. Another few years later, we had 2 kids. The oldest was 6 at the time. My wife's family does not like to talk about the murder, and our kids don't know about the murder to this day. My father-in-law decided that he wanted the room where the murder happened to be a hangout for the grandkids when the family was in town. He put sleeping bags and a TV in the room ahead of the holiday days-long get-together. We didn't like it, but we stayed silent since the murder was a sore subject. My father-in-law also wanted all the grandkids to sleep together in that room. We were the first to arrive, and my son went into the room alone. He usually couldn't sit still long at that age, so after a couple of hours, I decided to check on him. And here's our conversation. During the whole conversation, he was still and rigid and would not look away from the TV. "Hey, buddy, is everything okay up here?" "Yeah." "Okay, have fun." "Daddy, do I have to sleep in here? I don't want to." "Why not?" "I'm not alone." Every hair on my body stood up. "Well, yeah, I'm here with you, buddy." "No, there's someone in here with us." Are they nice? Mean? A grown-up? A kid? A grown-up. "What are they doing right now?" "They're watching you." "You never said anything like this at your grandparents' house before, and you've been here a lot." "They don't leave this room, and I've never been in here before." "Where are they now?" Without looking away from the TV, he points to the far corner where his great-grandfather was murdered, and he said, "They're standing over there. They don't move much." "Okay, buddy, you don't have to stay in here." And he left the room with me. About a year ago, I was at my dad's house taking care of the dog for a week because he had gone camping with some friends and my sister. My wife was also gone to Colombia with her family for a month. My in-laws asked me to take care of their dog while they were gone, and so I of course said yes. So there I am, first night at my dad's house with two dogs who had been playing together all day. I decided to go to bed around 10, so I lock the front door and the back door. I make sure every door in the house, except for my bedroom door, is closed, and I fall asleep. At about 12, I hear the dogs freaking out, barking and whining, so I jump out of bed to go check on them. On my way downstairs, I see the back door is unlocked and open. I look down at the dogs. They're both staring at the basement door, whining and growling, while laying in a puddle of their own pee. I realize dogs have accidents, but not these ones. Not at this time. I see the basement door is open, so I have 911 ready to be called on my phone, and I go downstairs. I searched around for a while, even though I wasn't sure what I was looking for, until I decided to go back upstairs and clean off the dogs. At about 1 a.m, the dogs are finally clean and no longer focused on the basement, so I make sure the basement door is latched, and I go back upstairs after making sure the back door is locked as well. At about 2 a.m., I once again hear the dogs barking and freaking out, so I run downstairs. Once again, I see the back door wide open, so is the basement door. But this time, both dogs are staring out the window, looking into the backyard. So I don't bother going downstairs, I just close the door. I run to the back door and I close it and lock it as hard and as fast as I can. I go upstairs, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, but both dogs slept on the bed with me. After about a week, my dad gets home and I ask him if we can watch his home cameras for the first night that I was there. He keeps it all on his cell phone. As we're watching, I was just looking to see if anything or anyone even went near the house during the night. Oddly enough, there was nothing. The only weird thing is that around 12 and 2, the back door randomly flings open with nothing going in or out. And you can see from a camera from a different angle in the house that I clearly lock the back doors every single time. My dad says there's been no issues with locks any other day before or since then. So if my dad's house is haunted, I guess whatever's there doesn't like me too much. True story. Virginia Beach, my girlfriend and I decide to soak up the last bit of nature before we hit the road. As the light faded and the sun was setting, we realized we'd stayed too long. The park's gates were about to close. We didn't want to get locked in. The place was dead quiet. No other cars, no other people. We jumped in the car and started heading for the exit. And that's when we saw her. A young girl sitting on a cement block by the side of the road. She was wearing an old-fashioned, long dress, the kind you'd see in history books. In her hands, she held a large red ball, perfectly still. She was pale, thin, long brown hair. She didn't even glance at us as we drove by, just stared straight ahead, like she was waiting for something. It's hard to explain, but it felt wrong. Who was she waiting for? Why wasn't she in a hurry to leave the park? We kept going, trying to shake the weirdness of it, but things somehow got worse. Ahead of us, a man stood in the middle of the road, blocking our path. He looked just as out of place as the girl, dressed in suspenders over a dirty white shirt, black pants caked with mud. He waved his arms, motioning for us to stop, but something about him was off. As we got closer, we could see his face. His eyes were wild. His mouth was twisted with anger. He didn't look like someone who needed help. He looked like someone who we needed to get away from. "Don't stop," my girlfriend whispered. I didn't. I swerved to the side, and the man lunged towards the car. His fingers slapped against the window as we sped past. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, my stomach dropped. He was running after us full sprint, his arms pumping, like he'd been waiting all night for a chase. We hit the gas. The tires were screeching as we made it to the gate. I remember I glanced back one last time, and there was nobody there. We never went back. We never figured out who or what they were. I haven't told many people about this, not because I think they'd call me crazy, but because after all these years, I still don't have an answer. Just a handful of memories that won't fade away the way I expected them to. I'm 52 now, happily married, 2 kids, normal life. But when I was 22, I lived in a 3rd-floor walk-up above a pawn shop in Lower Manhattan. This was back in '94, when the city still had grit under its nails. I was working nights at a print shop, just to try to keep myself afloat. The apartment was barely livable, but it was cheap and mine, and something was off from day one. The guy who showed me the place was named Carlo, and I'm pretty sure that he wasn't even a real landlord, just someone watching the building while the owner lived abroad. The place had this yellow look to it. Walls were stained from decades of cigarette smoke, light switches that clicked too loud, carpet that never quite felt dry. It was a 1-bedroom with a weird layout. Like the living room had been one of 2 rooms before somebody had knocked out the wall halfway and gave up. The back wall had this huge built-in shelf painted shut and warped like it hadn't been opened in decades. I used to imagine old radios or liquor bottles sat in it once. Now it's just a sad alcove I never touched. The first night I slept there, I woke up at 3:12 a.m. to a crash in the living room. I bolted up thinking someone had broken in, but nothing was out of place except that shelf, the one that hadn't opened in years. One of the wooden panels was hanging. I chalked it up to settling wood, maybe air pressure, but I shoved it closed, wedged a broom in front of it, so I'd hear if it moved again. It did. 3 nights later. Crash. I ran out. Broom on the floor, panel hanging again. Inside was nothing. No rodents, no old bottles, just this deep recess in the wall, maybe 2 feet deep, painted black inside. It was colder than the room by at least 10 degrees. I reached in just to feel around and jerked back like I'd touched static. And that's when I think everything started for me. Little things at first, knocking, rhythmic and hollow. It was behind the walls when I was trying to fall asleep. Always in patterns, never random. 3 knocks, pause, 3 more. Sometimes I'd leave the room and come to find the faucet running. Once it was hot, burning steam hot, scalded my hands just turning it off. I didn't expect it. I told my coworker about it once. He said old pipes do weird stuff, but it wasn't the pipes that scared me. It was the whispering, just the sounds of voices in general. I don't know how to describe it clearly because it never came through like a voice. It was more like an impression, like thoughts, not your own, brushing past your ear. I'd be reading and suddenly I'd get this overwhelming feeling that I'd forgotten something. Not something normal, something urgent, like I'd left a door open and someone had gotten in, but every door was locked and the windows would be shut. Then one night, I walked into the bedroom and I found my mattress pushed halfway off the frame, like someone tried to drag it. I lived alone. I set up a camcorder facing the shelf. This is '94, so we're talking big, clunky, high-8 tape recorder. It had about 90 minutes of recording time. I set it on a chair, and I hit record around 2:45 a.m. I sat in my room, waiting. The next morning, I played it back. For the first 60 minutes, nothing. Then at 3:12, the broom I'd leaned against the shelf fell over. Not slowly, like it had been thrown forward. Then the shelf creaked open. It stayed open. And then, this part makes me sick. Something moved across the floor in front of the camera. Low, crawling, just barely out of frame. You don't see it, not fully, just a sliver of a shadow, a dragging sound. And then the camera drops its view and goes static. Dead tape. I moved out days later, left my security deposit behind. I didn't care. I didn't even try to explain it to Carlo. I think he knew. I think that's why it was so cheap. The only thing I took with me from that place besides the camcorder was a little scrap of wood that I found on the floor near the shelf that day. It looked like a tag, flat and burned on one end. Written in faded ink were the words, "No one live here." I always assumed the word that was burned off was let no one live here. When I couldn't bring myself to look at the tape again, I gave it to a friend to check it out. They told me there was nothing, that it was just a static tape. Dead tape. I can't explain any of it. Many of us encounter someone who just grabs our attention in a way that we can't explain, like they know you from this life or a previous one. I come from a long line of people who encountered ghosts, but I don't encounter the supernatural that much. I have in the past, but not often. Tonight, I know I did. This isn't fake or made up. Our town is near a beach. Every 4th of July, we go to see the fireworks over the water. This year was no exception. Me and my wife arrived to set up chairs, settled in the sand, chilled out waiting for darkness to fall and the fireworks to start. A slight breeze, a perfect, beautiful evening. About 20 minutes after we settled, I smelled a waft of what I can only describe as decayed roses on the breeze. Like flowers in a vase that should have been thrown out a few days ago. It wasn't a bad smell, but just like sweet roses that weren't fresh. And then I saw her. From behind walked a young woman in jean shorts, a t-shirt, and a ball cap. She looked about 25, had light brown, wavy hair, came down about halfway to her back. I was immediately struck by her presence. Not because she was beautiful. I mean, she wasn't ugly. She was pretty. But she looked a bit off. Her face especially. It looked pretty, but weird. Her features didn't line up right or something. Wavy, almost. She stopped about 15 feet ahead of us and turned around. She looked right at me and smiled, and then sat down in the sand. Again, she still looked off. Something was amiss. But I was enchanted by this young woman. I looked at my wife to see what she thought, but zero reaction, like she didn't even see her. I smelled the decayed roses on the wind again. This young woman in jean shorts and a ball cap sat down, took off her flip-flops, and looked to the sky. She was sitting perpendicular to us, but facing away. When I thought about it more, two things struck me as very odd. She had no electronics, no cell phone. Everyone on the beach was taking selfies, playing with their phones, even the elderly. This young woman had no phone visible, nothing with her. Also, her clothes looked straight out of the 70s. I grew up in the 70s, so I know what normal people looked like back then. And she had that 70s look, totally down to the tomboy jeans, and really just everything about her. She seemed very content just sitting there looking at the sky, not worried about cell phones or beach chairs or anything. Again, I smelled the sweet decayed roses in the wind. My wife had her phone out, taking a picture of the scene, the sunset. The sky was really pretty. Shortly after, the woman got up and walked away behind us. I turned around to see where she went, but she truly disappeared. She was gone. Something told me to look at the picture. I grabbed my wife's phone, looked at the photo, and I wasn't even really surprised to see that she didn't appear in it. You might think that I would have freaked out, but at some spiritual level, I really didn't expect her image to show up. Just a green orb appeared where she would have been sitting in the sand. I included the picture here. I'm calm about it because I could tell that she meant no harm. I really believe that she was a person who passed away back in the 70s, and she was just checking in on me for some reason. Maybe a family member. Something made me feel like I knew her. I'm racking my brain to try and remember if I knew a young woman who passed away back when I was a child. I just can't put it together right now, but if I do, I'll update. This was senior year, end of May, high school almost over. That weird limbo where everyone thinks they're invincible and nothing bad can happen before graduation. There were 6 of us who went to the beach that night. A hidden spot off the highway, one of those places that only the locals know about. Sand, seagrass, some washed up driftwood, and a perfect view. Someone brought booze, someone else brought music, and one of the girls, Kendra, brought a Ouija board. It was one of those old ones, not the cheap plastic or cardboard kind. It looked like it had a history. She said that she found it in her grandma's attic, thought it would be funny to use it at the beach. It wasn't funny. We lit a fire, passed the bottle, laughed too loud, and around midnight, she laid it out on a flat rock near the pit. We were drunk enough to try it, sober enough to still feel uneasy. She led the session, said you had to ask permission, say goodbye, all the usual stuff. We started asking the obvious, dumb questions. Is anyone there? What's your name? How did you die? Nothing happened at first. Then the planchette moved, just a little. We all swore we weren't doing it. I thought someone was screwing around, but it kept moving. Slow. It spelled, I did not. We asked, did not what? It spelled, drown. Kendra laughed. Oh, spooky. But her voice cracked. The wind picked up. The fire sputtered. And then the board went still. It stopped moving. The planchette froze. Kendra reached to say goodbye, but it jerked under her finger and flew into the sand. She screamed. We thought it was part of the act, until she started clawing at her throat, like she couldn't breathe. We pulled her away, dumped water on her, tried everything. She gasped and finally snapped out of it. She said it felt like someone had held her head underwater. But the board, it was gone. We all saw where it landed, but it wasn't there. No planchette, no wood, like it had sunk into the sand. Well, we left after that. I remember the next day that we were at school. Kendra acted like she didn't recognize anyone. It was weird. She didn't sit with us, talk to us, wasn't returning messages. She came to graduation, but, again, didn't sit with us. The last time that I saw her was at a gas station, the summer after freshman year of college. She looked burnt out, staring out at the rain. I asked her how she was doing. She just said, "Goodbye," shook her head and walked out into the storm, into her car. And then she was gone. And so was I. I haven't been back there since. Coming up on 13 years. And yeah, I haven't touched a Ouija board since. Most of my social media accounts remain active because I get a kick out of the crazy shit people feel comfortable posting about. Personally, I rarely post, and when I do, it's mostly of our dogs with the kids. Never have I ever posted a controversial or political opinion thinking the hundreds of friends or family or coworkers need to hear. I understand, though, throughout the history of man, there's always been a communal pulpit where any fool would climb atop and beckon the people's attention if their voice was loud enough. Controversies are meant to be discussed. I get it. I can ignore my best friend's mom and her slightly offensive posts, but some of the shit that I see on here is crazy. A guy I knew in high school lost custody of his kids, all because his ex-wife has a restraining order against him because she lied to the cops, said that he was threatening her with an axe, allegedly. Sometimes I think, why do I know this? Why do I need to know this? I don't, and yet I do. I hail from a small, poor town in West Virginia and moved as far away as I could, as fast as I could when I turned 17. I was one of the few students who figured out that good grades equal scholarships, and scholarships equal a golden ticket out of there. Secretly, a tiny portion of me does miss the small-town lifestyle. Sometimes I fawn over its simplicity. It's the posts from rural people that relinquish a real nose-to-the-ground life reporting. The good, the bad, the ugly, all are worthy of posting on their Facebook wall for the world to see. There's a gem of a story that I've been steadily following the transgression of, to the point of reacting to a couple of the Facebook comments just so I can keep getting updates. A guy that I knew from high school, who I'll name Dane, posted a video he recorded from his phone. It's of his family's garage. It still looked the same from when we used to hang out in there. In the video, Dane's breathing is all loud and shaky, and he points the camera towards not the actual up and down garage door, but a wooden side door that leads outside to the side of the house. And that door is just ripping back and forth, slamming open and closed again and again. He titled that one, "Garage Ghost Scared the Kids Again." I thought, no shit. That scared me too, and I'm watching it through my phone. Next video he posts is titled, "Who the Fuck?" I had to watch this one a few times, but when I saw what he was talking about, it gave me literal chills. This time, Dane's in the backyard. Camera pointed at a picket fence that divides his property from his neighbor. By the way, from where I used to live, I was able to see the front of the house that Dane's looking at as I lived one street over on the other side. I'll get back to that. But in this video, it's nighttime, and Dane's using the flashlight of his phone to light up as much of his backyard as he can from where he's standing, which looks to be the middle of the yard because the phone's light doesn't stretch too far. It barely has enough glow to show the wooden slates on the fence and a person peeking just over the top of the fence. They look to be human eyes because they don't throw the light back like a raccoon does. You could really differentiate the whites of the eyes when they blinked and opened again. In the video, Dane says, "This woman keeps showing up, looking over the fence at us. There's no one living in that house right now. We've tried calling the cops, but they won't keep coming back every other night to sweep the abandoned house. I've tried going over there, but I can never find her." He goes on to say that it started happening 6 months ago, after those neighbors moved out. In other written posts, Dane isn't reserved in his beliefs that his back neighbor's house is haunted, and like a rodent infestation, it's slowly making its way over to his house. Now, I'm pretty intrigued because I had a weird story, actually more than a few of them, involving the previous owners of that property. 3 sisters, all looked to be midlife, 40s or 50s, all living together and all sharing an equally bitchy scowl when they'd see you. Again, I lived on the other side of them. I used to be able to see right into the front of their house from my bedroom window. I remember he and I used to talk about how scary those 3 sisters were. I think because I was a girl and Dane wanted to act tough in front of me, he never admitted to being creeped out by their behavior across the fence. But I know that we used to talk about seeing them up at all different hours of the night. There would always be candles moving from room to room of the house. I don't think I ever saw an actual light bulb in there once. I reached out to Dane on Messenger and he replied within a couple of minutes. He said that he's only been living back home for a little over a year. Nikki, his girlfriend, had another baby. He said this is kid number 5. So they moved back home for free babysitting at La Casa de la Grandparents. I'm like, that's cool, man. Holy shit, 5 kids. He's like, yeah, when the new one was born is when everything started hitting the fan. Like the baby attracted something. I asked if the 3 sisters were the last occupants there, and he told me, yeah, but when they moved out, only 2 of the sisters were there. He thinks one of the sisters died, as he'd only been seeing 2 of them for the 6 months he'd been back at the house before they moved. Without me having to say it, he sends a message saying, I think it's the ghost of the 3rd sister. I think she's fucking with us because she's lonely. Or maybe she wants to possess the baby. All I know is I got Jesus on my side, bitch. Okay. I tell him, that's heavy, bro. I'm sorry about that. And that was the last message I sent him. I decided not to share my story with him because it sounded like he already had a lot on his plate, and I thought it might stress him out more, but I'll tell you. So I could see the front of these 3 sisters' house for the first year or so that the women were living there. I always thought that there was a little girl that also lived with them. I assumed her to be one of their daughters. She looked to be 5 or 6, and once it was really late at night, and I was riding my bike home from a party. I turned onto my street, and she was doing ballet in the front yard, all by herself. Mind you, it was close to 4 in the morning, so seeing this little girl outside, hopping and dancing around in the dark, it was an unsettling sight to come across. But she was the least of my concerns as I got off my bike and tried to slowly walk it up my driveway, trying to remain undetected from my parental guardians. Our driveway was gravel, so every move sounded louder than necessary. When I get to the grass of the backyard, I'm able to relax a bit more. Before I fully entered the backyard, I glanced back over my shoulder toward the little girl. But instead of seeing her, I locked eyes with one of the sisters, standing at the edge of their yard. It scared the absolute hell out of me. The glare that she had frightened me to the core. I screamed so loud I actually woke my parents up. Their bedroom light flipped on right after I opened my mouth. I instantly knew I was fucked. Looking back across the street again, the woman was now gone just like the little girl. Their yard was empty. And the next thing I heard from outside was my dad's feet stomping down the stairs, too fast for me to run or think of anything. I'd never been caught before, but I'd snuck out a lot prior to that. I was grounded for a long time after that. My dad sold my bike on Craigslist. Some prick bought it for $20 so he could scrap it for parts. Shit was tragic. I remember I saw that little girl a few more times, and only at night. I swear that she would hold a candle, staring at my bedroom window from her bedroom window every time I looked. Then at some point, I just stopped seeing her. You see how this story could have convoluted Dane's predicament further. Needless to say, there's a lot going on over there, and I always kind of thought that was the case, but the stuff that he posted pretty much confirms it for me. I asked if I could share his stuff, but he declined, doesn't want to be harassed. His comment section is filled with people that think that he's using fishing line for the door or making his wife dress up in costumes to get the footage. I don't think Dane would do any of that, though. He'd have no reason to seek this kind of attention and is already overwhelmed with the small-town fame that he's building for himself back home. 5 kids, though. That's gotta be tough. Might even be scarier than the neighbors.